Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Morning Kickoff with Unbiased Opinion. I'm your host, Tony, also known as your favorite couch scout extraordinaire and Pastor Trenches. Top of the morning to everybody, especially that's up early in the morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for me, it's like 3 p.m. where I'm at in the UAE. So top of the morning to everybody. As usual, before we get started, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel so you'll be made aware of any time that I go live, which is every weekday, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Okay. Share the stream with your family or friends. Okay. We're building real football conversation over here. So as usual, no fake hot takes, no media spin. We're just gonna stick to the facts, the film, and the football context. All right. So give some time for some people to come in. I have a pinned comment in the on the channel that should playoff contention be the minimum standard for the Panthers in 2026. So type your response for me in the chat. I would greatly appreciate that, so we can get it kicked off that way. Um, also, make sure you check the links in the comments or the description. I know I put all the links in the description. For exclusive content, there's a link for the Patreon page. So check that out. There's 3 tiers. Uh, that's where we'll do more in-depth analysis and film breakdown and things of that nature. So check out the Patreon page as well. Okay. Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk is part of the Carolina Armchair GM Network. And around here, we start with the facts, then we get to the football argument. Okay. So let's see who we have here. Panther Dog. Hey, my dude. I A1 from day one. Been watching us for the longest, man. Hey, appreciate you tapping in this morning to the morning kickoff. Hey, let me know what the weather is like where you located, my guy. Are you in Georgia or are you in North Carolina? But yeah, either one, let me know what the weather is like, man. Hey, I'm glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. Hope to see you more often. Like I said, I'll be here Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. just to get the day started, get your vibe right with great conversation, great energy, great debates. You know, yeah, just get your mind right, get your day started, get the juices flowing. Shaking a little honey from the tree. As I always say. So appreciate you being here, Panther Dog. Greatly appreciate that. So I'm gonna give a few minutes. I'm gonna drop the link also. So in case anybody wants to join the panel, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for you guys. Let's see. All right. Panther Dog say he's in North Carolina. It's 75. Well, lucky you, sir. Lucky you. It's 3:05 where I am, and right now it's 97 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. My wife just came home from work and said that the humidity is tripping outside. So, hey, we are officially getting into hell season, as I call it. All right. Driver, what's going on, my boy? He said, "What it is? What it is? What is so, Tony? What it do, Tony?" I think that's what he meant to type. Hey, what it do, driver? Hey, glad that you tapped in as well, my guy. So I just put the link up, man. So if you want to hit the panel, to start things off, go ahead and hit that link, my dude. Let's see. Yeah, he said, "What it do, Tony?" All right. Yeah. And hey, driver, let me know what the weather is like where you at, man. Where you located? I can't remember. I don't remember where everybody say they located at. So if you don't mind, what's the temperature like there today? What you guys got planned for this weekend? That's the 4th of July is tomorrow. Who throwing something on the grill? or who just bringing the plates or the sodas. It's like either one way or the other. We don't try to do too much. We just bring what we can and leave the rest up to the host. Or are you hosting it? Is anybody hosting any good barbecues or cookouts, whatever you want to call it, this weekend? I definitely would like to know that. That barbecue grilling ain't a big thing here, so that's one thing that I'm missing about home. Is the cookouts on the weekends. So yeah, let me know. Let me know. Let's see. Driver said he's in Mobile. You in Alabama? Okay, 80 degrees already. Yeah, I feel you. It's 97 degrees. 97 degrees where I'm at. See, Antonio McClanahan. What's up, Tony? What's up, CJ? What's up, Antonio? Hey, appreciate you tapping in, man. Glad to see you. Hope to see more of you. Again, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. So I'll be here. Hope to see you too. All right. Antonio said, like, subscribe, comment, and share the stream. Exactly. In that order. Like, subscribe. Make sure you turn that post notification bell. If it says personalized, switch it to all. That's when you will be alerted. If you have it on personalized, it will not alert you for when I go live. So you have to hit the post notification bell and select all, not personalized. Let's see. Poppin'. Papa said, "What up, Tony? What you grilling?" Not a damn thing. I wish I could. I wish I could. Like I said, grilling is not a big thing over here. So it's crazy because I got a big old terrace, outside, but it's like a bird infestation where I'm at. So I'm trying to work it out with the owner, to try to do something about that so I can keep these birds away. Once that's done, then I'll think, then I will put my outside grilling stuff out there. But right now I'm not putting it out there for them to be pooping on it and damaging it and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely not pleasant to be outside with the birds right now. They definitely have dominance over the domain, if you will. But yeah, man, what you grilling, popping? What you doing for the 4th tomorrow? Let me know in the comments. Antonio, what you doing as well? Let me know in the comments. Popping, I put the link in there, so if you want to hit the link and come up to the panel, you can, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with my opening, and hopefully by then, somebody will join the panel. Say I need a BB gun. Yeah, I wish. I wish. Ain't no BB guns. Hey, not here. Not here, dog. So hold on, Poppin, you just came to the stage. Let me add you, my guy. Poppin,
What
what's
up?
good?
What's up, Tony? What's up, man?
Man, I can't call it. What's
You
going on?
you can't have no BB gun out there?
Nah, you can't, you cannot purchase handguns over here. Only people that can carry handguns is the police, and they don't carry handguns on a daily. You won't see a police riding around or walking around with gun on their side. And I think the locals, if you have to be an Emirati to own a handgun. But yeah, there's nowhere here to where you can purchase a handgun.
They call that a
Yeah,
handgun though. That
they call that a
BB
what,
gun. They call a BB gun a handgun?
brother? If you can't purchase no handgun, what makes you think they're gonna let you purchase a BB gun?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is I just want
Well,
that's what I'm
that
saying.
well,
I'm asking.
well,
I didn't know.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't do that over here.
Dang.
Ain't none of that, and for good reason. And I understand it. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm definitely with it. So, John Tay Rozier 7709 said, "Good morning, y'all. Good morning, man. Yeah, John Tay, something wrong with your profile pic, dog. I think maybe you put that up there accidentally. I don't know what you think, Poppy. You think that was an accident?
I mean, he's paying homage. You know,
Oh, okay.
lately, we been getting the best of them. So, it's good to see one of
Yeah,
them
yeah,
fly
yeah.
fly around
Well,
come
he
come pay
should
what's
get
up.
a photocopy of Red Swarm's pendant that we made him last year. Those are
Yeah,
better colors. You can keep the pen. You can keep the Falcon logo. Just change the colors. You know.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 That's
Yeah.
true.
Okay. 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 All right. So let me hop into the to my opening real quick. So let's start with the facts. The Carolina Panthers are coming off an 8-9 season, an NFC South title, and a wild card loss. That matters, but here is the part we cannot skip. This was still a team with a bottom tier scoring offense and a roster that still has proof points, all over the field. So today's question is not soft. Has the Panthers standard changed? And I want to be clear on the standard before we even start, right? This is not Super Bowl or bust talk. So I ain't, I'm not trying to even get to that extreme. That is not serious football conversation. But this is also not an excuse season, right? So the standard is this: playoff contention is the minimum. Excuses are not. Are the Panthers ready to live up to that, or are fans setting themselves up to explain away another season if the team does not take the next step? That is the debate today. No fake confidence, no panic. Not everybody is against us. It's just the standard, right? So we're gonna get into topic one real quick. And where I have it, there it is. And the topic is the Panther standard has changed. All right, so here's the facts. Let me give you the facts first, and I'll put it in context, and then we'll go from there, popping. So the facts are, like I just said, the Panthers finished 8-9 last season, won the NFC South, and lost the wild card game to the Rams. That means the Panthers are no longer just selling development; they have already shown enough to change the conversation. But the numbers still matter, right? The offense finished near the bottom of the league in scoring, 18.3 points per game, which was 27th in the league. And the overall team profile still looked more like a team that survived the division than the complete playoff threat. I know AC was the last night on the 704 Charlotte Bounce show. She definitely hammered that point home, right? So let me put it in context. Winning a division changes the standard. When you are a rebuilding team, fans will accept signs of growth, better effort, better structure, cleaner operation, young players developing. But once you win the division to make the playoffs, the conversation changes, and rightfully so. So now it becomes, can you repeat it? Can you win outside the division? Can you win when the opponent has a better quarterback? Can you win the game? Can you win when the game is not comfortable? Can you win when teams have a full year of film on your offense and defense? That is where the Panthers are now. So the question to you, Poppin, it says, given the division title, the wild card appearance, and the remaining roster questions, should playoff contention be the minimum standard for the Panthers in 2026? What say you?
Uh, well, for me, I mean, I think there's always been a standard. No matter who your team is, who you root for, whatever. You should
Uh huh.
always have a standard. But expectations and standards aren't the same. Going from one person to another. So I think that's where things become conflicting. Um,
Yeah.
Shout out to Will. He said it himself. When you have fans like him, and which I do believe, if you're a fan of any team, you have to
Delusional.
have a little bit of delusion, because if not, it would not be fun. It would not be
But
entertaining.
why you think though? Why you think you have to have some delusion? Why we
I
can't just keep it realistic? Be
well,
realistic in
you
expectations.
I mean, it's like making any type of meal. What I mean, you're not gonna have a whole plate of ribs. Just like the 4th of July, you're gonna have a little bit of baked beans. You're gonna have a little bit of, potato salad. All of that
Yeah.
together come together makes what a great meal. So you're gonna have a little bit of delusion because of what you believe in and hope and dream, and then you have to have a little bit of reality, which is like, okay, this is the base. You should have more reality than anything, in my opinion. But you're gonna have
Right.
the reality too, the logical standpoint, and then that's when you have all of that put together. Now you have a full meal, and then you just have to sit there and watch it play out. So, um, like I said, standards and expectations, I think, are two different things. It just depends on who you're talking to. Because
Right.
some people have expectations and they're just like unreachable because they haven't used the logic of where the team is at. But the standard has always been the same to me in my mind. The standard is always be competitive, always try to win your division and stay competitive. And the main goal, which is your expectations, I would say, is that we all want a Super Bowl ring.
Right.
But we don't just want one, we want multiple, what I'm saying? Long, sustaining success. Um, but hey, to each his own, fan how you want to fan. And that's when the conversation is great when you're talking to certain type of fans, you know what I'm saying? Some say fan is slash for a fanatic. It could be. Uh, and some people just say, hey, I'm just a fan. You know what I mean? Wherever the team go, I go. So it just all depends on who you're talking to. That's why it's so great to have different types of fans because then you can see, what I'm saying, the unbalance of perspectives.
Okay. Okay. Well, so do you think the standard changed because Carolina already won the division, or should they have had that standard beforehand, but just now
Yes,
being able to obtain it?
the standard has always been win a division. And I think they've been
Okay.
saying that even while we've been going through this discourse of mess ups and ups and downs and these roller coasters and these changes of coaches and GMs and players, being such a young team, and when I mean young, I mean it starts all the way from the head from David Allen Tepper. It starts with him because he's a young owner comparatively to other people, you know what I'm saying? Other owners.
Right.
He's young for him getting in the way and looking like he's staying out the way. Hopefully he's not meddling too much in the background. But last 3 years he's been kind of quiet, which is good, and that's what we want. We want the football guys to do their thing. But it starts with him bringing in people that didn't know what they was doing, him doing things that he didn't know what he was doing, and then finally getting some stability. Because see, stability doesn't always have to be the top tier of stability, but it shows
Yeah.
okay, we have some type of balance. I mean, you can tweak, what I'm saying, things here and there to take it to another level. And I think that's where we're at now, where we got stability. Now they can push in or push out whoever is not going up the trajectory that we're trying to go. You could find it. It's easier to find. It's like, okay, he's the person that's kind of holding us back. Um,
Hmm.
so with that being said, the standard has always because I remember every press conference ever since David Tepper has been here. He's always been uh trying to go to the playoff. They have pushed that narrative since he's been here. The problem is that you just didn't have the
Okay.
right people in here to get you there. Now that we've tasted the playoffs and it's been 7 years, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed to me in my mind. The standard has always been get
Right.
to the playoffs. Now
Right.
my expectations, that's different.
Okay.
I want to
Let
dominate.
me, let me get just brought Will and CJ to the stage. Stage top of the morning to you fellas.
What's going on, y'all?
Oh, my bad.
CJ,
What's happening, everybody? How y'all doing?
Yeah, I was like,
nothing,
he just sitting there
man.
just staring, me mugging the screen.
Yeah,
I
man.
wasn't mean mugging the screen. I was waiting for Will to say
Yeah.
something. You said, "Hey, Will. Hey, CJ." You
Oh,
said him first.
Oh, Will probably somewhere out in the woods. Ain't no telling where Will at.
Yeah, he in the butt crack of South Carolina.
Wow.
Hey, he said it, not me.
But
I know
crack
that
South
stinks.
Carolina. He did say that.
What?
He did say that. But so CJ, I don't know if you had tapped in yet, but the debate question is: given the division title, the wild card appearance, and the remaining roster questions, should playoff contention be the minimum standard for the Panthers in 2026?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. It should be the minimum. Like I keep saying, we were, I think in some situations, a few plays or, a few series away from winning the division by a couple games. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that we have improved this team. I don't know how much the improvement is just yet. That's still, to be determined. But I think the team has improved, and I think it's improved enough that where we could go out and win the division again. Because, like everybody liked to say about us winning the division last year, oh, the division was ass. There wasn't nobody in the division. You won a weak division. Okay, what better?
Yeah.
We're gonna go out here and win this same ass weak division again, because as of right now, I don't see any team in the NFC South that has, done more than the Panthers to make themselves better. If that make any sense. You know what I mean? I don't see the Saints, Falcons, or Bucks. Like, they went out there. I don't think any of them went out in free agency and made the splash signings that we did, and the beneficial signings, that we did. I don't think that any of them had as good a draft as we did. Now mind you, I'm sure that I see some Falcon fans in the chat. Now, if y'all disagree, please let me know. Let me know if y'all disagree and why y'all disagree. Okay. Or if you got any Bucks or Saints fans, y'all do the same thing. But yeah, the expectation should be to go back to the playoffs. My thing is we got there and we were, and I'm gonna say this, and if Eternal's in the chat, I know he's gonna get me for this one. But we were Ejiro Evero away from winning that playoff game. I don't care what nobody says. I don't give a damn what nobody says. We were Ejiro Evero away from winning that damn playoff game. Am I wrong, fellas? Please tell me if I'm wrong.
I ain't disagreeing.
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing either. But I don't know. Let me. If you finish, let me kick it over to Will. Will,
Yes,
what you think? Did you hear the initial question?
Yeah, I did. I heard the initial questions. Good morning, everyone.
Okay. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, brother.
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, Tony. So, the standard is always like Poppy said. The standard is always to be competitive and compete for the division. I think we as fans were starting to lose our collective minds when we weren't doing that.
Right.
When we were falling below the floor, that's when we were losing our collective minds. And I think Dan Morgan and those guys was losing their collective minds as well. Because you remember when he took over, he says the logo need to be feared. When you come in here,
he did say
that. The logo need to be feared. It's not feared right now, and we're gonna fix that. Because I think he realized that they weren't competitive and we weren't competing for divisions. That's one. So that's the minimum standard is winning. And so the minimum standard is winning the division. Now my expectations this year, a playoff win. That's my delusional fan expectations. Because I expect to go in the wild card round this year, in the bank, come away with the W. Everything after that is free chicken. Now,
my bad. Go ahead.
What? Why are you laughing at me? What I did?
I was going to give you the applause sound, and then you said free chicken, and that messed me all up.
Hold on, CJ. Before you go, let me read the money real quick. Shout out to Red Swarm, aka Red Fine Bomb. He said, "Yo, good morning, fellas. Yo, Greek, I'm not going to ask you to scream my super chat. Hey, you read? You know what? That was funny. That's fun. That's an inside joke. If you was on the show, the 704 Charlotte Bound show with Twan Don and crew. But yeah, my screen would never be like that, player. But appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Greatly appreciate it, my guy. Let me read these other comments real quick. Panther Dog said, yeah, Tip had a learning curve. Let's see. Kevin Hubbard said, good morning, Panthers Nation. Hey, good morning, Kevin. Top of the morning to you, my guy. Appreciate you tapping in to the morning kickoff. And there's Red say, yo, good afternoon, Greek and good and GM to us stateside folks enjoying this convo with a nice cup of Joe already. Panther Dog with a laughing emoji. And also Eternal 252 with the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you, my guy. He said, nobody going to fear. No logo is all you want is a division, a bottom division at the NFC conference or bust. Confetti falling. All right. Okay. Then Red Swarm with a $1.99 super chat. He said, yeah, CJ, I disagree. Well, I tell you what, Red Swarm, your boy came in here starting it this morning with the logo. John Tay, I talk to your peoples. Red Swarm, you know how we get down over here. You know when you dirty pigeons come into the room, you know, kind of alters the conversation a little.
And no, they got two left-hand quarterbacks. One was a draftee and one is a retread, and all of a sudden they better than us. Now they do got
neither one of them can get right.
Now they should have just let Kyle Pitts come on to Charlotte and take that man out of his misery. I wanted Kyle Pitts in Charlotte.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
John Tate said, y'all got jokes this morning. We on y'all neck this year. Well, you got a long you got a you shouldn't even say that, John Tate. Come on, like what you mean by that?
Hey,
well, so that sounds like you selling wolf tickets.
Can we not gloss over the fact that Will call Michael Penix Jr. a retread?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say.
Can we not gloss over that?
Well, I mean, he's been
Will
injured
Robinson
a bunch of
called
times.
Michael Penix a retread, dog.
He's been reused and okay. Oh, listen, fellas.
They treat him like a side chick.
You know what I mean? Oh, I mean, he's been injured a lot of times. They keep patching him up, right? I mean, gentlemen, am I wrong?
Oh God, not he.
Hey, no, you ain't.
We Bobcat fans down.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Hey, after the Hornets last week or so, man, the hell with them.
Oh,
I'm a Bulls fan anyway. I pull for the Hornets, but
hey, please, as a Hornets fan, I allow me to grieve. Allow me to grieve. I'd like some time to myself, right?
Well, y'all ain't gonna say what y'all ain't gonna like what I got to say.
You know, all I'm gonna say is then they had the nerve to call me and say, am I gonna renew my 10 ticket pass? I said, man, if y'all don't get off my phone.
I'm gonna be like the mother fans. I'm going wherever LeBron goes. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm sorry. Hey, you know, from a Falcon fan perspective, man, I apologize. I was just making a little small joke there, man. It's just a little small joke. Y'all know, y'all do know, as Panther fans, we beat the Falcons 3 times in 2025. In the calendar year 2025, we spanked them 3 times.
Yeah, John Tay, what you gonna say about that, John Tay? Yeah, what you gonna say about that? Eternal 252 said that's all y'all want is division bottom feeders, NFC conference or bust. Hashtag confetti. I think he was talking to Jonte about that Red Swarm. Well, really, Jonte. But yeah, fellas, getting back to the question at hand. I think you was getting ready to say something at the wheel, CJ.
No.
Oh, because I can't remember because I just started crying. You know, I had tears in my eyes. I lost track. But let me ask you guys a question because I think Will, remember you said something about the minimum. So do you feel like playoff contention is the minimum? No excuses.
Right. Right. So okay. So let me the minimum standard for any one of our teams, regardless of the era or the year or the season, is to be competitive and to compete for the division. The minimum standard for this team this year is to win the division. That's the minimum standard for this team this year is to win the division. And my expectation is to win that home wild card game. That's what I expect. That's what that's so now last year my actual expectation was to compete for the division and possibly win the division. That was my expectations last year. So I just want to make sure I am a delusional fan now. If we win that wild card game, I'm gonna be talking Super Bowl because that's just how I am. Y'all got to pull me off the ledge. Y'all know how I am. That's how it's gonna be.
we can try. Hey,
I'm gonna let you jump.
I will not see popping dead wrong for that.
hey, popping, and if I start flying, I don't expect for you to be like, that's my dog right there.
Well,
that's my boy.
I figure you have a parachute on, so you know I ain't worried about you. Don't jump on out there.
Hey, so check this out. There's a poll that I just dropped that's on the screen. It said, Panther fans, what is the fairest standard for 2026? So you can just type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat for your answer, and it will it will tally a total in the poll. So I greatly appreciate if everybody that's watching can do that for me real quick, so we can kind of get a good read what you guys believe is the fairest standard for 2026. All right, I'm gonna leave that up there for a couple minutes. Let me read these comments real quick. So Eternal 252 said, "Will set low expectations so it can seem like groundbreaking shit when it happens."
see now why he got to go?
I think what he's saying is, keep the expectations low, so when we do achieve, make achievements above that, we can act like it's groundbreaking. But yeah,
okay,
there's the poll.
I got you.
He said he couldn't see the poll.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I'll give y'all a few minutes on the poll, then I'll read through the comments real quick. But Poppin, question to you. What you feel like is the difference? Now, let me say it this way. Do you think the Panthers right now is a hopeful team or a serious team? And is it repeatable?
Hopeful. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess you could say hopeful for sure. I mean, yeah, because I mean, like I said, you got to have some type of hope in your team to a certain extent. It's not. We don't have a lot to stand on. Um, because there's a lot of things that got to clean up. For one, we got to stop beating ourselves.
Right.
And as far
Definitely
as
agree with that.
competitive, I think we could be competitive, but if we go back to the word standard and expectations, like I said, they're two different things. I can't stand as a Panther fan is that if we've already seen past representations that we all can look back in history of what the standard looks like, Why do we lower our standards for players that don't meet those standards? Just saying.
What
That's
So
good.
player
What
you
you think, CJ?
what
Go
player
go
you
ahead,
talking
Will. Go
about?
ahead.
What player you talking about, Poppin?
oh, there's plenty of them. Oh, there's plenty of them. I mean, you can go in any room. You can go to your cornerbacks, your linebackers, your defensive linemen, your
Okay.
quarterbacks,
Okay.
any position you can think of. You can say, man, we had the best this, we had the best that. If that's the bar, I can't lower as a fan of what
Okay.
I've seen
Okay.
comparably because look, no matter we're human, right? We're all gonna judge. Nobody on this earth don't walk the earth and don't judge something or compare something to something else. If not, that's why we wouldn't compare stats or accolades or any of those things. We all judge. So if I'm judging my team off of what I've seen and the standard and the bar that's been set,
Okay. Okay.
it's not saying that
Yeah.
you're being judgmental. It's just saying it's just putting out what you've seen and what you like because it worked. I'm not trying
Okay.
to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is
Mm.
already there. How can I get another wheel just as great as that one? Like I'm not gonna
Like
go to get, what I'm saying, a a messed up wheel from the little tire shop when I know I can go right over here to Goodyear and get something similar to what I've had because it works.
I got
okay.
you. What
Okay.
Maybe a
what you
bad
think about
analogy,
what
but you know
Poppin
what I'm
just
saying.
what you think about what Poppin just said, CJ?
Oh, about the expectations from former players, and now I mean I agree. I agree. But you got to keep it real sometimes too. We have our expectations, but we are not the ones making the decisions about signing the players.
That's true.
Okay, so we can have our expectations. We can hold players' expectations as well. But and sometimes I think you have to temper those expectations. Every now and then,
Yeah.
and be like, you know what, this is just what it is for right now. And Eternal put a comment in the chat, and he said, "Facts, popping. We've been to 2 Super Bowls. Now we're excited for a division win." And my thing is this: why would we not be excited for a division win? Okay, you get excited for a division win. Hell, if they'd won the playoff game, I'd have been excited for that. If they won another game, I mean, my thing is you got to celebrate the good. We ain't had nothing good to celebrate in shit, what, 10 years, 10, 11
Right.
years in Charlotte? You know what
Exactly.
I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
It's not that we are saying from here on out, okay, all we want this team to do is go out there and win the division. We go out there and win the division, 12 years in a row, but don't win a single wild card game or a division game or whatever. That's not cool. And I know we don't agree on that. He said, I'm talking about people saying that only want the division. Oh, okay. I would get ready to say, like, no, Now I'm thinking, that should be, probably the minimum playoff contention, get back to winning the division. Okay. But yeah, okay. We on the same page now. Cause I was like, dang, it turned out like we happy with the division, but that's not the only thing we want.
All
But
right,
yeah,
let me read. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead.
no, I'm done.
I thought you was done. Okay. Catch up on some of these chats real quick. So our good new friend here, John Terrius Rozier, said, outside of the QB position, what makes the Panthers better than the Falcons head to head? We up 37-25.
Can I
Yeah.
can
Well,
I
if that's the
Yeah.
stat you
Well,
bring up,
I'm gonna go
then
ahead. Go ahead, Will. I'm gonna let you have it.
the wide receiver room, that's one. Let's just start there. You got Drake London and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about our
Defensive
offensive.
line.
Our offensive line is better. Our defensive line is better. Our
Oh,
trench, our offensive line is better than
Will,
their offensive line.
Will,
I'm sorry.
Hold
Will.
on, Poppin. Let him finish, Poppin. Hold on. Go ahead, Will.
You can't
I'm
tell
trying
me
to,
that. You can't tell.
trying to
You
help
got to
you.
think about it like this. They have a left-handed quarterback. I'm just going to use this for their offensive line. They have a left-handed quarterback, and they had to pick up a right tackle off the scrap heap after free agency because their right tackle retired. They starting out
That's
with a
true.
fresh new center. Their left tackle is suspect at better. Look at his PFF grades. So yeah, our offensive line is better than their offensive line. Our defensive line is better than their defensive line. Now, I don't know if their defensive line will be much more improved because I'm very thankful that the kid is getting a second chance. I would not have want his life to be ruined because he don't got no discipline and ain't nobody gave him a spanking before in his life. I'm talking about Pierce, right? I wouldn't want that kid life to be ruined because now somebody need to be able to sit him down and give him proper spankings that his parents should have gave him a long time ago. Our cornerbacks are better than your cornerbacks. So there's a lot to be now let's look at the inverse. Do the Falcons have really good offensive weapons? Yes, you got Bijan, you got Pitts, you got Drake London. But when you look at the totality of it and you compare that to what we have, there is a difference. So I just wanted to just put that out there systematically. If you look at individual players, if you look at Bijan Robinson versus Chuba Hubbard, yes. If you look at Drake London's body of work and our one rookie wide receiver, yes, because Drake London have more years in the league. But I will tell you that I believe that T-Mac is probably has a much higher ceiling than Drake London has.
All right, Pop, before you get in, let me bring in the residential Dirty Pigeon fan. My brother
sweet.
from another. Bring Red Fine Ball, man. Damn it. I couldn't come up with nothing else slicker than that. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's
happening?
going on, Greek? How y'all doing this morning, brothers?
Hey, man, we
Will,
good.
Poppin'.
We good.
Good morning.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
I want to give you the opportunity to combat Will on that thought he just gave.
Yeah.
So the question was from Jonte Rozier, said outside of the QB position, what makes the Panthers better than the Falcons head to head? We up 37-25. So you just heard Will spill. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I can't. I'm not at a point where I'm willing to concede even the quarterback position. So I'll start there. I think when you look at Michael Penix in relation to Bryce Young, I have no problem with saying that Bryce has fared better since joining the NFL than Penix had in his injury-shortened NFL career. I don't think he's played yet a complete 17 games, but he's played parts of 2 seasons and hasn't lived up to the word of the day standard that I set for quarterback play based on my future Hall of Fame quarterback, Matt Ryan. I would say that when the discussion turns to the potential of Tua Tagovailoa starting here, and I've not been a Tua fan in the past, nor have I been a detractor of Tua. I just really didn't pay any attention to him because the Miami Dolphins were AFC, and I just kind of focus on the division.
Okay.
So yeah, and primarily NFC, even at that. So I ain't pay a lot of attention to Tua, but I will say that Tua has experienced a couple of down years the last couple of years. The jokes are well warranted that y'all made earlier about his injury history and Bryce Young's. I mean, I'm sorry, not Bryce. Jaelan, not Jaelan Phillips. Michael Penix. That was a slight joke. I said Bryce when I meant Jaelan Phillips the entire time, who at one point in his past retired from football. But we'll get to that and how we paid $1.3 million to bring in Tua Tagovailoa with his injury history and how y'all paid $120 million to bring in Jaelan Phillips. That I'll get to that later when we flip over to the defensive side. But right, because I know all of you brothers are fiscally responsible men. So I think that's a worthwhile discussion. But when it comes to Tua and Bryce and the quarterback spot, I'm not so sure that Bryce in his short career has had a better career at the NFL level than Tua has. So I think as a Falcon fan, it's right that we have a little bit higher expectation with the Tua Tagovailoa under center in a Kevin Stefanski system than we would have had, or I would have had anyway.
What do you mean by that, Red? Y'all should have a higher expectation. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
With Tua versus Penix, I think that with the weapons that Will mentioned earlier that we possess in this offense, and with what Kevin Stefanski incorporates in his scheme, timing, passes, quick, get the ball out of your hand quick, and utilization of the tight end and running back. I think that that's where Tua excels at. And so I'm really excited. I think that once Tua starts the season, he will not in any way relinquish it. My personal opinion is that we've seen the last of Michael Penix in Atlanta. And I really believe that, Tony. I believe that Tua having the advantage with Penix coming off of injury. It's going to be a true quarterback competition. But even given that, I feel that Tua will win out in a head-to-head competition for that spot over Michael Penix. Just because he's a savvy veteran, he's trying to recapture and reestablish himself in the NFL. He's on a 1-year minimum deal with us, so he's looking for another big contract.
He getting the majority. He getting the majority of his money this year from Miami.
He's still getting $50 million from them. He ain't eating bologna sandwiches by no means.
Right.
It ain't a true quarterback competition. Because Michael Penix is still
So listen, I don't want to go down that road because I ain't trying to make this no Falcons debate.
I'm done right there.
So is it fair to say that you are leaning more towards Will position than Jonte? That's what it sounded like to me.
What did Jonte say earlier? I missed it. What was he?
Where's that comment?
I'm going back up in the chat myself.
He said they stepping on our necks this year.
He said outside of the QB position. Outside of the QB position.
Yeah.
What else do we have? What else makes us better? And I point out offensive line. I point out defensive line. I point out cornerbacks. There's plenty of places I think that we are in a better.
I think linebacker. I can concede that. I don't have a problem there. I don't agree with you on the offensive line. And I think, when you look at what a lot of NFL analysts say, they would too. I see where you come from when you talk about the left. Our right guard,
right tackle,
and that is, I'm sorry, right. Definitely not right guard, but right tackle. And I don't know. I think he was
the worst rated. The guy that y'all got starting was the worst rated right tackle in starting NFL right tackle, qualified right tackle.
When that's from PFF. Yeah. I know he was bad in run protection. I think his pass protection grades was pretty good. But his ranking and rating comes from all those false starts, and that's a real thing. There's no denying that. So, all I can say is that he was a highly regarded draft pick, and he also got a massive contract when he left the Dolphins. and went to the Chiefs. It never worked out. But if there's one offensive line coach that I think can kind of get him right in his head, I would feel better with Bill Callahan than I did even our last offensive line coach, where it constantly registered a top 10 offensive line. So I'm not so down on that position. I know that we have a better center than any other center in the NFC South. We have a better right guard than any other guard in the NFC South. And Jake Matthews is a stalwart.
So Damian Lewis is a 78 in PFF.
Yeah. And he is your right guard or left guard?
Damian Lewis is a right guard. Am I right?
No, he's left guard.
Oh, I'm sorry, left guard. Okay, I'm sorry.
Robert Hunt is the right guard.
Okay.
Yeah. And even with that, Chris Lindstrom, and I hope that even if you were just comparing guards, as good as Damian Lewis is, and he's good, but I would hope that we could just sort of, as gentlemen, agree that he's not Chris Lindstrom good.
I think Lindstrom has brand recognition.
Chris Lindstrom compared to Damian Lewis.
I have to look at the numbers. I will tell you that that Lindstrom has done it more consistently over several years, but I don't want to take last year and Lindstrom's last year and put it in a vacuum and then say Damian Lewis is better than him. Right. I wouldn't want to do that.
Because I'm about to jump off, but I wanted Red to answer the same question that Tony asked.
Yes.
And because we kind of flew past it a little bit. Red, if you could answer quickly for me real quick, what is the standard for your Falcons, and what's the expectation that you have for the Falcons this year?
I think especially with Matt Ryan now back in the building, the standard is to reach the Super Bowl, right? So, and I'm glad that you posed the question that way, Poppin, because I think that is two different things to respond to: standard and expectation. You can know what the standard is for your club. You know what I'm saying? You could have a standard of winning the division. If you've won it 3 years, 4 years in a row, say like Tampa Bay did. I think that's the standard. That's just the baseline of what people would expect them to be. But their expectation ought to be higher. And so I think my expectation is, I'll use this phrase. I know Tony, I love slick phrases. It ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. So I can say the standard, especially with Matt Ryan in the building, is to at least get back to a Super Bowl. He has that standard. But my expectation is just to get back to 500 and over. It's been so long since we've had a winning season that it's important to me for the Falcons to go 9-8. Would I be happy if they win the division, go 12-5, and make it to the second round of the playoffs? I'll be over the moon. But looking at this roster, a first-year head coach, the schedule that we have, a third-place schedule, which I think probably, is a benefit to us for a team that tied at 8-9 with the other top teams in this division, to come out of that with a third-place schedule. I'm still going to temper my expectations and say that just getting to above 500 is what I expect for the Falcons.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, Papa, you getting ready to hop off, right? So if you getting ready to hop off, we're gonna bring CJ back up.
Yep.
All right. Hey, appreciate you tapping in, my guy.
Appreciate it, man. You make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, man.
Hey, have a good day at work, Poppin'.
Oh no, I ain't doing that today. Nah.
Oh, okay. I thought you was pulling up at work, man. My bad.
Nah, I set some goals, you know what I'm saying? I talked to Tony about it that I want to work on before it gets too hot and while I'm motivated, and I want to get some things put together.
Good man.
No doubt. Yeah. Hey, Hey, so we're gonna let you go, Pop, and we're gonna bring CJ back up, all right?
For sure, keep pounding.
And then I'm gonna catch up on these chats, and then we get started with the second conversation. All right. So let's. So yeah,
I got you. I'm finna answer it now, CJ. What's happening, brother?
J Rock, hold on, Red. J Rock, J Rock, Stick City 9994 say, "Good morning, folks. You are making mornings great for me." Hey, I appreciate that, man. That's what it's all about. Give you good vibes, good conversation, good debate, good energy. Get your day started going right. So if we're doing that for you, that means I'm doing my job, and I appreciate that. All right. Eternal said it's on my phone. I can't zoom in. I know I'm kind of late with some of these chats, so I don't know what he was talking about right there. But King James said, "Good morning, Panther Nation, and good afternoon to you, Tony." Hey, good morning to you, James. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in to the morning kickoff. All right. So Eternal said, "Whichever one is the highest standard, that's the number I pick." Gotcha. And King James said, "Keep pounding." I think that's "keep pounding, man." I don't know. I know he didn't mean say me. All right. Yeah. Well, you shouldn't have laughed like that.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. Going on mute.
Oh God, boy. CJ said, "Appreciate you, J Rock." Okay. Let's say Eternal said, "We have too many weapons to be the same or close to it." I can agree with that. I can agree with that. King James said, "Keep pounding." What else? Let's see. No, I think right here. Eternal said, "Facts, Papa. We've been to 2 Super Bowls. Now we're excited for a division win." That's true. That is true. Eternal said, "Expectations." All right. What else we have here? Eternal said, "I'm talking about people saying they only want the division." CJ, I think that's what he was talking about when something that you was talking about earlier. And John Terrian says, "Your defense ain't better than ours. We finished second behind Denver in sacks. We were like 17th in the league in takeaways, if I'm not mistaken." Okay. CJ said, "Y'all were the 15th overall defense and we were 16th. That's facts.
Facts.
CJ said, "Red, who's y'all third string quarterback?" Go ahead and answer that real quick, Red. Who is y'all third string quarterback?
Yeah, I had to scratch my head because I don't know the relevance of a third string quarterback, but I can give you their names. Trevor Siemian, who y'all know.
That's right, Trevor.
Yeah,
Trevor Siemian. Yeah.
And we have an undrafted free rookie. I couldn't even tell you the school he came out of. It's a tiny school. He's a big kid. I think I kind of would tell y'all to think about Jack Plummer when y'all had him. So that's what he is.
Jack Sparrow.
Yeah. He's every sense of a project.
Oh my goodness.
So I go nuts every time I hear these Falcons podcasters asking like some of the AJC beat writers who have been at the practices and all. Well, I heard this kid is looking good. What do you think about him making the 53? And they steady telling, "Whoa, man, slow down, man." I mean, he they throwing on air. It's the off season. It's 7-on-7s, and there ain't no pressure. Come on, man, slow down. Looking good in the preseason is a relative term. So, yeah, but that's the answer to the third string quarterback question.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
Ronnie,
and Rick,
go ahead, CJ.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick. Now I wanted to respond to something that Red said when he was talking about the quarterback position. Okay. Now, I do agree. If you look at the totality of Tua Tagovailoa and Bryce Young, yes, Tua has had a decent career. Okay, better career than Bryce Young so far. But the key thing in that is, you got him and Michael Penix. Like, your offensive line is going to have to be perfect this season. Okay, hear me when I say this. Perfect. Because if Tua falls the wrong way and hits somebody's head or leg, hits the ground wrong, then you got Penix back there. You know what I mean? Like, I get you when you're saying
I get
about
what you're saying.
overall career, overall career. But you got, let me tell you, you
very
got 2 packs
fragile.
of 1-ply tissue back there. Okay, not even 2-ply. You got 2 packs of Food Line 1-ply tissue back there. Okay, and I'm not trying to be funny, and I am trying to be funny, but I'm just saying though, like like y'all are in a I think y'all are in a very precarious situation in that quarterback spot, and I don't think a lot of maybe you do. I don't think a lot of Falcons fans realize, like, and I know everybody is one play, one step away from an injury, but like y'all, let me tell you, y'all gonna have to be careful with them boys. I mean, like, super careful, and I'm still going back to the fact that we'll call my man retread. I still ain't got over that.
Hey,
That's all I wanted to say for Red.
Go ahead, Will.
No, y'all go ahead. That's good.
So the only thing I wanted to touch on the defensive thing. So you notice how, and I get it. We have been so disrespected by the national media and a lot of other people. They actually thought like our defense is way down there and the Falcon defense was way up there. They actually CJ had to point out, like, we was one under you. Now let's pull that thread a little bit. Devin Lloyd being the quarterback of this defense is going to be significant. You can say whatever you want. Now, and now I have to address the comment that Red Swarm had that said about Jaelan Phillips. Now, I've heard this talking point before, and that talking point falls flat on his face. Did we pay slightly more to get him away from Philly? We absolutely paid slightly more. But don't make it seem like we sold our soul, our firstborn son, and our Christmas ham in order to get Jaelan Phillips. You on any contending roster, you're going to have a $27 million or higher edge rusher that is going to have the number of pressures, and they haven't turned into sacks, I'll give you that, the number of pressures that Jaelan Phillips brings. Jaelan Phillips is going to make I think is going to change the fabric of how our front four actually play, especially from the edge rusher, and it's going to really free up some stuff for Big 9-5, for Big Grizzly. So I get it, but I don't the narrative that has, and I'm not talking about from other fan bases. I'm talking about internal to Panther fan base, that we paid too much money and he all that negative Nancy stuff. I don't subscribe to it at all.
Right. All right. Before we get on, before we move along, let me catch up on the chats, and let me drop the link. We've been an hour into the show. If you haven't supported the channel, hey, there's a QR code at the top right hand corner for to support the show. Scan that QR code if you can. Any type of donation would be greatly appreciated. If you love the content, if you're loving the conversation, show your love for it by making a small donation to support the show. I'm also going to drop a link. Where is that? Right here. Drop a link if that's easier for you to get to, and I'll put that in the comments as well. So I just did that. Should be showing up in a minute. Go ahead, cuz.
Hey, I was gonna say, before you get to the comments, can I add on to what Will was saying real quick?
Yeah, but let me finish reading these 2 or 3 comments, then you can, and then we'll move on. All right. So Ronnie said, "Good morning, Panther Nation. I see y'all. Hey, good morning to you, Ronnie. Appreciate you tapping in again. Let's see. Papa said, "What up, Ronnie? You don't forget about me. You don't forgot about me." So he was talking to Ronnie. Let's see. Yeah, King James said it was a mistake, Popping. Yeah, King James, you need to fix that. That was diabolical. But okay, so yeah, so that's all the chats. So we called it. Go ahead, CJ, before we move on.
Excuse me. Oh, okay. So adding on to what Will said, I think a lot of what went into signing Jaelan Phillips was last year. Okay, you got to remember we missed out on Milton Williams. Milton Williams, all reports he was coming to Carolina. We was geeked up. Next thing you know, he's off the fight. Up in the Northeast. All right. I think they did go out and pay a little bit of a premium to get him here, in injury history and all, and I mean he's missed what one season.
Yeah, but last season he
mean,
played all 17
he
games.
played all
He played
17
all
games
17
last
games.
season.
Played
last
all
year.
17 games last season
Right.
and contributed to both teams. Okay,
Right.
and I know Poppin, if you're still listening, he said something yesterday about you want Jason Phillips. I mean, I keep saying Jason now. Jaelan Phillips to get sacks. We want him to get sacks too. And I want everybody to hear me when I say this. Don't discount the pressures that Jaelan Phillips hopefully will be able to get. I think last year he got double the amount of pressures of anybody on our starting defensive line.
That's a fact.
And the
That's a
thing
fact.
is, you know what I mean? If he can get pressure from one side, it might end up leading to a sack from our other side defense, like other outside linebacker defensive end. Okay. If he can get pressure coming around from the back of the quarterback and make the quarterback slide up into the pocket, if Derek Brown, Lee Hunter, Bobby Brown III, LeBron Ray, and all them boys, if they can hold the line and even get some push in the middle of that line, that pressure that we hopefully get more of from Jaelan Phillips, hopefully that turns into more pressure from Nick Scorton, and them boys in the middle can be able to, clean up a lot of these plays. You know what I mean? So that's what I wanted to add on to that. When you look at what Jaelan Phillips might bring, and at this point, for us, it's a lot of mics because he has to get in here. He has to get into this scheme, and Evero plays his scheme differently than where he was at last year, on both teams, so he has to get Jaelan Phillips in here. And, we got to hope that, it's not a whole, season full of, 4-2-5s and parking lot defense. So we'll see.
So y'all, hey, the remaining questions y'all might have for the defense, let's hold that for the third topic, because right now we're gonna go into the offense first.
Okay.
Red Swarm, what's this you got right here?
Well,
We'll hold
that.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because that's kind of on the defense. Well, not kind of. It's absolutely on the defensive side. And CJ, I mean Tony, I've kind of changed a little bit. I hope I still got my my old ass anger issues and shit starting issues, but I've decided that it's better for me if I bring some receipts and some evidence along with my argument. But this is on the Jaelan Phillips topic. We can look at that later. It's very interesting what I found.
Okay.
Since Will likes PFF.
Hold that thought.
Yes, sir.
So now if the standard has changed, we have to talk about the part of the team that carries the most pressure. That is the offense. Because defense can keep you alive, but special teams can steal a game. Coaching can help you manage moments. But in today's NFL, if you cannot score, you are not building a serious playoff standard. So let's get to Bryce Young and Dave Canales and Brad Isaac and this Panthers offense, right? So here's the facts. Let me put up the second question right there. So here's the facts. Carolina's offense finished near the bottom of the league in points per game last season. We already stated that it was 18.3 points per game. which ranked 27th in the league. The Panthers have young receiving pieces in Tedero McMillan, Jalen Coker, and Xavier Legette. Bryce Young is no longer in the early just survive stage of his career. Dave Canales and Brad Isaac now have to show that the offensive structure can turn development into production. So let me put it in context for you. This is where the standard gets real. Fans can talk about growth. Coaches can talk about the process. The front office can even talk about roster building. But the scoreboard does not care about projection. They don't care about any of that. The offense has to answer these questions. Can they score on first half scripted drives? Can they stay ahead of the sticks? Can they finish in the red zone? Can Bryce win on third down? And can the receivers separate on schedule? Can the run game keep the offense out of obvious passing downs? Can the offensive line protect long enough for the concepts to develop? That is football context. The Panthers do not need to become the greatest show on turf, but they cannot keep ranking near the bottom in scoring and still expect the fan base to believe the standard has changed. So the debate question I pose to you fellas, and CJ, you can go first on this one. It says, given Bryce Young's development, the added receiving talent, and the offense's scoring issues last season, is the Panthers offense now out of excuses?
Absolutely out of excuses. Okay. And I say that because you look at a lot of these games last year, if the Panthers would have come out and put up some points earlier in some of these games, again, I keep swinging back to this, we would have won more than those eight games. Okay. And you have games like the San Francisco game, the Seattle game. Okay. Even that first New Orleans Saints game, where you got the defense holding it down and the offense is just, kind of sputtering around like, I'm really not comfortable here yet. I gotta figure out something to get me in the right, moment of zen or whatever, then I'm gonna go out there and then I'm gonna play hard. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead. Super chat.
Yeah, let me read the money real quick. $10 super chat from Vietnam 2681. Another brother from a mother. Been down with us for since day one when we were two fans in the stands. Appreciate that super chat. He said, I don't care what haters like Swarm say about our team. We are going to prove all of those noise wrong. This is not the same old Panthers. Facts, Vietnam. Talk to him, Vietnam. Talk to him.
Talk your shit.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more, CJ, then finish your thought. Yeah. You mind? Okay. So arch nemesis Motown Mitch say, what up, fellow cat fans? King of the Jungle is here. How you boys doing today? He came in, introduced himself, being polite and rude all at the same damn time.
All at the same time. That's a man.
That's a name right there, boy.
Appreciate your arch nemesis. Hey, we appreciate you tapping in, man, to the morning kickoff with Unbiased Opinion. He also said that we picked up one of your old boys, DJ Warnham. Can I expect any good from him this year? I think you can expect DJ Warnham to be solid. Don't expect anything more than that. I know the last year he was in Minnesota, playing opposite of Danielle Hunter. I think he had like 7.5 sacks that year. He has been solid for us. What I will say, he's a better pass rusher than he is setting the edge in the run game. So I would definitely pay attention to those two things. He's not like Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson is a dog on all four downs, in the run game or passing game. But will he complement Aiden Hutchinson? I don't think a full compliment, but like I said, I think he'll be solid on the other side. All right. And Ronnie said pressure determines a lot about how comfortable or uncomfortable you make a quarterback. I'm not sold on sackability. I'm sold on how consistently can you move a QB out of the pocket. Hey, Boy, if I had a tambourine, I hit it right now because you just hit it right on the head. I've been trying to tell people consistent pressure means more than a sack.
Now, Tony,
Any game. Go ahead, Red.
maybe I can get an applause after my comment that I'm about to make.
Oh, hold on, because I know you about to be. Hold on, let me read it. I know
My
you
bad,
about to be long-winded.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna come back to you, Ronnie.
Yeah, Vietnam said. Well, I'm gonna let CJ go because I interrupted him. Then you
Okay,
can go.
okay, yeah. My bad.
So Vietnam said, "Good morning, fellas. Chat. Good morning. I'm just trying to catch up on some of these.
Yes, sir.
Was playing my gaming PC and saw this was live. Hey, that's every Monday through Friday. Vietnam. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, do that for me, my boy. Panther Dog said, "Blue Swarm is growing up before our eyes."
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about, Panther Dog. That's what I'm talking about. Red hit him with the LOL. Yeah. And let's see. Papa said, "What up?" Okay, fair now. All right, CJ, go ahead, finish your thought, and then Red, you can go out to CJ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm eating here. But
oh, go ahead. You want Red to go ahead?
Oh okay, I know. I'm going from let Red. I'm trying working on something special for Red here in a second. But but no, I want the Panthers to be able to to get back. No, they're out of excuses because we should be able to go out. We need to be able to go out and put up points on the board early in some of these games. I mean, and not saying that we didn't, but when your defense gives you 3 interceptions in one half, like in the San Francisco game, you got to go out there and be able to capitalize on that. You know what I mean?
Big facts.
You got to capitalize. You hold the Seahawks to. Hold on, it was a low scoring game until
the first series of the third quarter. No, third quarter. Yeah,
and I know Seattle was the ended up being the Super Bowl champs. But still, it's
we
just
win the game.
Thank you. It's the inconsistency of it all. Let me tell you, out of everything the Panthers need to work on this upcoming season, consistency needs to be number one. There shouldn't be no 1A, 1B, 1C. Consistency needs to be at the top of that list because we've seen what the Panthers can do and we've seen what they can do it and who they can do it against. It's not like we've gone out here and and beat up on all the bad teams and all the good teams. It's like, no, we've gone out and made decent plays against everybody we played this past season. Yeah. The good teams, the bad teams, also. We've seen that we can do it, but they just got to go out there, and be able to do it. On a consistent basis. That's the thing for me. Consistent. So yeah, there are excuses for me. We gotta they gotta come out there and show and prove this year.
Go ahead, Red. What you got?
Yeah. Quickly, Tony. I know you were reading the comments, and you can't control what a person has said in relation to where we are in the discussion this morning. But just quickly, back to the defensive thing that Ronnie said, and this is something that I've heard of. Yeah.
Yeah, if y'all got any further things about defense, hold on till we get to the third topic.
I'm gonna write them down because I'm 59.
All right.
You know what I mean? And I probably won't remember.
Ain't nobody want to hear that.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody want to hear that.
Go ahead. Quickly. Go ahead and get it off, Red. Go ahead and get it off.
I'm gonna say quickly, Tony. It's real kind of laughable to me how the discussion has changed to the appreciation for pressures over sacks in Carolina. When I used to hear when I used to hear how y'all wanted so much more out of Brian Burns in ascending to the top of the NFL in his sack numbers. Now all of a sudden sacks aren't really that important as long as we get an edge who's getting good pressure. That's all I had.
So I'll address. Can I address that when we get to defenses?
Let me kick him off stage, Tony.
Yeah. You made me want to skip the offense and go straight to defense. But I'm
gonna respond to that when we get to defense.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay. So the arch nemesis said, "God bless y'all. Best of luck this year. Be pulling for y'all in the NFC South. In the South, kick some butt. We appreciate that." Papa said this year will be a truth teller. Thanks, arch nemesis. And what I got right here? J Rock Stick City say I may have asked too late yesterday, but who do you guys feel will be our ideal third down NASCAR defensive line group? I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna come back to that comment when we get on the defensive side. J Rock. Driver said Red will CJ what it do?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. CJ said what's good, driver.
Big time
Vietnam
driving.
said, in my opinion, I believe that we should play our starters throughout the preseason to stop the first game jitters. Maybe that's why we start slow. Hey, okay, I get you. I don't think it'll happen like that, but I understand what you're saying.
Teams
And
are going
LaShawn
away from
Borkin,
that.
LaShawn Borkin said, "Thanks for that Burns take." Yeah, I'm gonna address that when we get on the defensive side. But CJ, will you finish with your thought on the offense?
Yeah, they're out of
Okay.
excuses. They need to be more consistent.
All right, Will, what you got, Will?
So I echo CJ, but let me add some context. I know I've said this
Okay.
several times before on other platforms, but let's talk about the slow start to our offense last season. Just last season in
Right.
context.
Right.
Going into Jacksonville, we traded away Adam Thielen, which was our most reliable set of hands going into that season. The replacement for Thielen was supposed to be Coca. He went to IR this the week after we sent Thielen to Minnesota.
Right.
We had a rookie wide receiver. That was his very first game. We had XL still struggling to figure it out. And minimum tight end play. So we had to retool our offense to be able to meet the needs that we were trying to accomplish. Most people, I know that people think that I'm saying that that's an excuse for Bryce Young. It's not an excuse for Bryce Young or the Panthers. That's just the reality of why I think we had a slow start. That's not an excuse for anyone. I'm just laying out the facts. However, to CJ's point, we have no excuses this year. Zero. We got a number one wide receiver. We have a 1,000-yard running back in the backfield. We got a great offensive line. We have a number two wide receiver in Coker. This offense should be, I'm not saying it should be one of the better offenses in the league, but there are no excuses not to put points on the board. Period. There's no excuses.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Okay.
Hey, if you guys would answer the poll that's up on the screen, it says what part of the Panthers offense has the most pressure. You can type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the comments, and it would generate in the poll. Number 1 is Bryce Young. Number 2 is Dave Canales, Brad Isaac. Number 3 is the receiver room, and number 4 is red zone execution. Go ahead, Red.
Yeah, just a quick comment.
Even though you're not a Panthers fan, but
yeah. That's kind of more for y'all. I was going to acknowledge that. What I will say is that I agree with Will that there was a slow start. There are a number of factors I think that you could point to that led to it. But I also would ask Will, has a trend developed with Bryce Young, with your offense, with slow starts to the season? Because that's one of the reasons why, if y'all have heard me, I've said on numerous occasions, something has to give this year. Bryce has a fantastic record against my beloved Falcons as of late. I think I know he's 4-1 overall, and I think he's 3-0 in his last 3 games. No, he has to be 4-0 because he lost his first game against the Falcons. And I I think something has to give because there is a absolute trend when it comes to the Panthers getting out of the gates for the season, and Bryce Young having never won a game in weeks 1 or 2, and playing the Falcons week 2, and the only loss that he has against the Falcons is in his first game. And so Bryce has never won weeks 1 or 2. Y'all play the Falcons week 2. So I think something has to give. Either his dominance over the Falcons, or the losing streak that y'all have weeks 1 and week 2. So I think one of the two will end this year.
Yeah, I like that. That was a good point. I'm hoping for the latter, not the former. I would rather break the 0-2 streak and make it 2-0 and keep our dominance over the Dirty Pigeons. That's my prayer. I'm gonna be on my knees praying to the good Lord that we achieve that, Red, so we can keep you grounded and right where you need to be, sir.
I ain't wearing that stinking thing until it's a sweet, though. You did. I
Hey.
hope y'all know that. Yeah.
Well, we'll get that this year. We'll get it this year. We'll get it.
And look, Red, and look. Not only will you have one platform, but 2 platforms that you have to wear the chain on this year.
No, y'all gonna have to do a joint show. Y'all gonna have to do it.
Oh, we do that. We do that now. When I'm streaming, we streaming to both channels.
Okay,
so
gotcha. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
I caught a rash with that thing on my neck.
CJ, did you want to get on here on the offense?
No. Talking about so he caught a rat. Don't be talking about my production quality. I reach through this screen and whoop your old ass.
I know that's right, CJ.
All right, let me hit some of these chats real quick. Let's see. Where I leave off right here. Ronnie said, "I would love to know how many sacks does a defense have to create to get a win? 3, 6, 9, or 10. In my opinion, it's much more favorable for the defense to rely on pressure to create a win, Red." So yeah, we're gonna tackle that. I'm gonna start that. We'll tackle that after we deal with the offense. Papa said, "What is your?" Oh, he talking to Ryan. He ain't talking to me. Cool. Panther Doll said, "Our only excuse would be Izzy. He has a nice bag of toys to do his first play calling." That's true. That's true. I believe that the offense on paper, and if everybody that we are counting on to be available, and definitely count on during the season, if we are healthy out the gate, I think that bodes well for especially playing some of the teams that we're playing in the first 4 games. So I would love for us to be hitting on all cylinders, everybody healthy, mano a mano, and then we see who the best man win. I think we really get a true idea who we are and who we will be for the remainder of the season. All right. So Fair Nam said, "Big facts, Tony." Hey, appreciate that, Fair Nam. Fair Nam said, "We swept that shit last year." Facts, no lies detected. Panther Dog, LOL. Papa said, "Red wants a new chain." Yeah, we got something for him. we got something for him. Don't you worry. And Arch Nemesis Bryce winning week 1 and week 2 this year. What he be talking about? Them turtle doves about to get fasted. Oh damn.
So can I just want to say one thing real quickly, Tony. Arch Nemesis, the fan with 2 teams. What I wanted to say is and NFC teams, ironically enough, I can understand fans who have an AFC team and an NFC team. But hey, to each his own. They got doctors who help people treat that sort of mental disorder. But listen, y'all know me.
Wow.
So what I was gonna say is if I said something that wasn't true, Arch Nemesis, no words, because I can assure you that these fellas up here will check me and check me quick on it. So in case you don't trust me, I would encourage you and implore you even before you get started calling red out, turtle doves, before you get started calling red out, just get your facts straight, man. Bryce hadn't won in week 1 or week 2. And I get you're saying the projection is that he will win this year, like Vietnam says. But until it happens, it's still a projection. Just like until the Falcons beat Bryce Young once again, it's still a projection. Now, let me say this, Tony, real quickly, back to the topic of offense. I think that it was a good idea for y'all to change offensive coordinators. You know, I said this yesterday, Tony, and the reasons I gave.
Yeah.
But I still think that, and I, you know, the offense is the weak link of y'all's team. And I think that it's still risky having a first-time NFL play caller. Even though he's been the OC, Brad Isaac has not called plays. He's not had that hat on his head. So you don't know. I know that y'all are excited. You're excited about your offense, which is one of the bottom ranking offense in the NFL. Let's just be honest about that.
Here we go.
But well, and Will, this is why
it's true. It's true.
No,
go ahead.
I got it. I'm just waiting to respond to this week 1 and 2.
Okay, so
story that's been going on forever.
I'll tie this up quickly then, because I want to see what you have to say against the facts. But the reason why I think it was wise for y'all to have Dave Canales relinquish the offensive play calling, since he's been an NFL offensive coordinator, and just to give you some other quick facts, his offenses have ranked 23rd, 29, and 27. And
that's also a fact.
Yeah, he regressed a bit when he came to Carolina, but he did improve y'all's offensive rankings from 2023 ranking of 32nd in the NFL, took you guys up to 29, and then this past year at 27. So it's kind of incremental, I think, along with the success that your team has had from 2 wins to 5 wins to 8 wins. But I think that, to me, it sort of indicates that the team feels like there could be a bigger jump in the offensive output with somebody else calling plays other than Dave. So that's all I got. Just that it's risky having a first-time offensive play caller. That was my point.
Okay. So I want to just respond to the week 1 and 2 thing. I'm pretty sure if I go and look and say, let me look at week 8 or something like that. You know, Bryce Young's never won in week 8. You know, what does that have? What factors that has bearing on the problem set of going into the next season? Almost none. So I get it. I get it that it is a fact that the Carolina Panthers had a slow start his rookie campaign in the year he got benched and this third year, right? I get it. But what I think that it is less of an issue for me as a fan to say, put so much pressure on week 1 that it is inevitable that he's a failure. Because I'm just telling you how, because I listen to other podcasts, they make it seem like if he loses Chicago, he's an abject failure. Not the Panthers, not the defense, not the offense, productivity, nothing. Bryce Young is a failure. That's where I got to pull the reins back. Because he's not playing tennis. He's playing a team sport called football.
That's a fact. Well, you know, two things can be true at the same time. Red definitely gave us the facts where Carolina has ranked offensively the past 2 years under Dave Canales, where Dave Canales ranked as OC in Tampa. Those numbers are the fact. You can't dispute that.
Right.
And it's also true that yes, we have started at least 0-2 for Bryce first 3 years, So I think what Red was saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Red, is that, or let me say this. I think this is the way I look at it. It's a cycle. When you done something continuously the same way, or the outcome has been the same for multitude of years, it creates a cycle, and so your hope is the following year you want to break that cycle. So that's what I was saying. Like, I know there's other mitigating factors that you can throw into the equation and say the reason why Carolina started 0-2. My hope is that those mitigating factors are slim to none. That's why I say I hope that everybody is healthy and available for week 1, and I think that will lend some objectivity that the Panthers will be able to flip that cycle around. So instead of 0-2, we can start off 2, maybe 3-0, and then I think that will set the standard for what the rest of the season could potentially look like. So,
And Tony, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Go ahead. That's why I was careful to juxtapose those two opposing facts. They're both facts. That since his first loss, which was week 1, which falls into that subset of week 1 and week 2 losses, Bryce Young has been 4-0 outside of week 1 and week 2, and those both are facts. So that's why I juxtapose those two specific facts. One of them is going to either continue and the other is going to change this year.
All right. So I'm going to read these comments, catch up on these comments real quick. Hey, listen, if you haven't supported the channel, the QR code is at the top right of the channel of the show. Please scan that QR code if you enjoying the conversation, enjoying the debate. You're getting good vibes from it. Hey, support the show. I ain't got no prerequisite on what dollar amount. Give what your heart feels the need to give. The link is also pinned at the top of the comments, so you can click that link. That's easy to get to. I think that one is to subscribe to Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk, to subscribe to the channel. But scan that QR code right there, man, and show a little love to the channel. All right, I greatly appreciate it. Arch Nemesis said it's just cat love, man. We cat fans can stick together. NH Official said facts. I appreciate you, NH Official. Thank you for tapping in. Young Freddy said, what up, Will, CJ, Tony, and Red Swarm, salute. Hey, salute to Freddie. You, Freddie. Let's see what else we got here. Young Freddy said, that keep pounding, my brothers. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Poppin said, what up, Freddie, aka KPPP, aka Treason Freddie, aka goddamn, Poppin, aka Freddie Ruger.
Damn.
Dang, you ain't gotta do him like that, Poppin. Young Freddie said, Poppin, good morning. Any nickname is cool, but I'm still a Panther fan, always and forever. So keep pounding. Talk your shit, Freddie.
Hey, pop your collar on, Freddie.
Yeah, for sure. LOL. Good morning, Freddie. Broski Bear, what's happening, my guy? He said week 2 last season, Panthers were losing to the 3-win Cardinals 27-3 at one point in the game. Week 2, 2024, Panthers lost to the Chargers 26-3. Bryce with 84 yards passing. Hey, facts are facts. I mean, there's no disputing that. You can't dispute what's happened. So appreciate that info. Young Freddie said health has been a big concern the last few years. Everyone coming in healthy will help Bryce Young. I believe that as well, Freddie. J
Let us
Issue, what's going? J Issue, he said armchair salute. What's going on, J Issue? Hey, appreciate you tapping in, my guy. And Broski Bear says starting the season 0-2 is digging yourself a hole early. That's tough to overcome year after year. That's big facts, Broski. That's big facts. Young fo, you tell him popping good morning. Let's see. ASC says sup Curtis and low tone Tony. What you mean by that? I want to know what you mean. What's low tone Tony? Hey, look, I'm trying to be calm, cool, and collected. You know, the first 2 days was hectic. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get in, trying to find my groove and stick there. But whatever, man. Hey, appreciate you, SC. Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. And
Appreciate the nickname.
Let's see. Yeah, low tone Tony. So Arch Nemesis said, look, say what you want, but Caleb Fairley Williams is a joke and fell into a perfect situation for him last year. 5 to 7 wins for the Bears this year. One of those wins will not come against the Panthers. All right, Arch Nemesis. I think he was talking to Broski, maybe. Broski said Bryce and the Panthers need to be ready to play when week 1 starts. It shows a lack of preparedness. It shows you had a lazy offseason. Well, okay. Well, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I can't wait for week 1. Ray Shack said, Tone, CJ, what it do? What it do, Ray Shack? He's talking about Broski right there. Rashak said, these early damn shows. Hey, I'm trying to get in where I fit in, Ray Shack. You know what I'm saying? Get in where I fit in, dog. But I appreciate you being here. Broski say, shout out Arch Nemesis. All right. Talking to him. Let's see. Arch Nemesis said, man, you everywhere, my guy. I guess he's talking to Broski. All right. And SC said, sup, stepson, petty ass Freddy. J Issue said, you gotta spaz at times, Tony, for people to stop playing with you. I ain't worried about it, dog. I ain't worried about it. People know who I am and how I am by now. So young Freddy said, big 803, good morning. SC said, I'm playing, Tony, my favorite coach, scout, GM, etc. All right, fellas. So we're going to go ahead and move into topic 3. That's the defense. I think that's the topic everybody's itching to get to. And I know we all have some comments.
Go first.
So, if you bring in a linebacker like Devin Lloyd and an edge player like Jaelan, Jason Phillips, then the defense cannot stay in survival mode. At some point, the investment has to show up in run fits, pressures, communication, and third down stops. So let's talk defense, roster building, and the physical standard. All right, so here's the facts. Carolina defense allowed 22.4 points per game last season, which was better than the offense's scoring output, but the defense still had proof points to answer. The Panthers have important defensive pieces, including Derrick Brown, Devin Lloyd, Jaelan, Jason Phillips, J.C. Horn, Trevon Moehrig, and young edge talent like Nick Scorton and Prince Jaelan. That matters because that is not just a hope the defense figure it out type of conversation. Carolina has invested in the front, linebacker level, edge pressure, and secondary structure. And the only reason I add that linebacker level is because of Devin Lloyd. If it wasn't for him, people already know how I feel about our middle linebacker room. But now the defense has to prove it can hold up against physical teams, explosive offenses, and playoff level quarterback play. So let me put it in context. Defense is where the Panthers have to stop living on hope. A playoff level defense needs answers for heavy personnel, outside zone, gap scheme runs, play action shots, mobile quarterbacks, third and medium, red zone compression, explosive pass plays, late game 4-minute defense. We could talk about that in that wild card. That is where Devin Lloyd and Jaelan Phillips become important. Devin Lloyd matters because linebacker play connects the whole defense. If the front wins, but the linebacker level is late to fit in the run, the defense still leak yards. If the pass rush forces the ball out, but the underneath coverage is soft, the defense still gives up easy completions. Lloyd's value has to show up in run diagnosis, coverage spacing, communication, tackling, and being in the right place before the offense gets comfortable. For Jaelan Phillips, it matters because pressure changes the math. I'll say that again. Pressure changes the math. A defense that can rush with 4 does not have to expose the back end as often. If Phillips can win off the edge, collapse the pocket, and force quarterbacks to speed up, that helps the coverage, helps the linebackers, and helps the entire structure. That is the standard. It is not enough to say we have some good players. Good players matter, but defensive football is about fit, communication, leverage, tackling, and pass rush timing. If one level breaks down, the whole defense suffers. That is why the defensive standard has to be bigger than the one star player or one good game. So the debate question, and y'all can determine who goes for first. The question is, given Carolina investment in Devin Lloyd, Jaelan Phillips, and the defensive front, does the Panthers defense not now have enough talent to be held to a playoff level standard? CJ and Will can go first on this one.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Will.
Let Red go first.
Because I just want to respond. I'm just itching to respond to that Red comment, but I'm gonna get to it.
Well, go ahead. Oh, who going first? You going first, Will?
I can.
Go ahead.
You want to go first, CJ? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go first. I got you.
Okay, go ahead, CJ.
All right. So, with the defense, and to answer your question, hold on. Say the question one more time. I'm in the first part of it. Say the question one more time.
Yeah, he focused on attacking what I said. So yeah.
The debate question is, given Carolina investment in Devin Lloyd and Jason Phillips in the defensive front, does the Panthers defense now have enough talent to be held to a playoff level standard? What say you?
I think so, but we still Devin Lloyd was a massive upgrade at the linebacker spot, but there's still the question of whether or not Trevin Wallace is going to be able to step up and be that consistent other inside linebacker, and if he's going to be able to be healthy the whole season. Again, we have another player who has not played a full NFL season. He's been hurt and been out, for he played more games his rookie year, even though he wasn't really supposed to be in there. Josie Jewell was supposed to be in there, but Wallace was thrown in because Josie Jewell decided to step away from football. I don't know if he retired or whatnot. Okay, but we got Devin Lloyd. Okay, we got Jaelan Phillips. All right, so I think that if everybody can stay healthy, if we have a healthy year on the defense, I do think you can hold this Panthers defense up to that playoff standard. Okay, but I think it depends on the health, and like Jay Issue said, we don't have a whole lot of depth. I think the deepest unit on our defense is the secondary. Okay, we don't have a lot of quality depth at the inside linebacker spot. I mean, behind Devin Lloyd and Trevin Wallace, we got Claude Sherrillis, Bam Martin Scott, Jackson Kawach, if I'm saying that right. The rookie that we drafted out of Miami, Ohio. And on the defensive line as well. The thing is, for me, I like, I love Derek Brown, love Bobby Brown. You got Cam Jackson, you got Lee Hunter, you got but then it's Turk spot. You know what I mean? We got LeBron Ray, who we've seen what he can do, over the past few years. You got a free agent in Aaron Hall. You got Jared Harrison Hunt there as well. So it's still some questions, but I do believe that if we can stay relatively injury free, I do think you can hold this defense up to a little bit a higher standard, hopefully that playoff standard, because I think that, and I know a lot of people will disagree with me on this as well. I think the signing of Devin Lloyd might be more important than the signing of Jaelan Jason Phillips. Okay. Simply because, okay, all of the open passes that we gave up over in the middle of the field last season. Okay. And again, shout out to Christian Rosebone, because I think he stepped in last year and played admirably. But being able to cover over the middle as an inside linebacker is not his strong suit. Not at all. So, and that's all I got, Tom.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. So I echo what CJ just said. And what I also would like to add is I think that, to your point, I think that Jaelan Phillips changes the math for us. I know that people are saying, hey, he only had 5 sacks last season, et cetera, et cetera. Got you. And I don't know when Red was saying, when we didn't want to pay Brian Burns when he had 8 sacks. I don't know who that person was, but it wasn't me. I was
me neither.
a myth. I was a myth when they let Brian Burns walk away for 2 second-round picks or whatever the heck we got. So I don't know who those people were that said, don't pay Brian Burns because Brian Burns only had 8 sacks. That wasn't, and I don't know, I
was one of those people.
You didn't want to pay him?
Yeah, nah, not 30 million a year. No, I didn't.
So I wanted to be able to pay him fair market rate and keep him on the roster. I don't know if $30 million was the number or not. I think, is that what we got out of New York?
Yep, 30 million. That's what he was looking at. I think the market value for him, based off the production that he had beforehand, was around about 24, 25 million. Because I think the defensive end in Tennessee had just got a contract a month or so before, and his was like right at about 24, 25 million. And him and Brian Burns' production pretty much was the same since they entered the league. Go ahead, Will.
And Brian Burns sitting with 12 sacks last season. And
was it 12 or 16 and a half? I thought he had like 16.
I'm sorry, 16. He had 16 and a half last season. So I was banking on Brian Burns' upside. Yeah. I mean, and I'll also point this out. Do y'all remember how people wanted to run Derek Brown out of the damn state? Y'all remember that? When Derek Brown, when he remember he got benched and all kind of stuff.
I remember it. A bust.
People calling him a bust, all kind of stuff. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. So and so all I'm saying is, getting back to the pressure thing that you talked about, Red.
Yeah.
He changes the math for us. He had 73 pressures. I think the highest pressure rate for any Panther on our team was like in the 30s. He had 73 pressures alone. Yeah. I mean, I know he only got 5 sacks, but those pressures, all those pressures turned into hurries and hits on quarterbacks. So that is significant for us. I think that changes the equation, especially for J.C. Horn and Mike Jack and safety play and all of that. So I'm just pointing that out, that, people think that because sacks is an important stat, but it doesn't tell the complete story. And people think because you're saying those pressures matters and not the sacks, that you're lowering the standard of what that person can bring. And I don't think that those two things are comparable.
So Tony, if I
go
can,
ahead, Red.
if I
No,
may.
go ahead. It's on you.
Okay. So, Will, I wasn't talking about those Panthers fans that I heard talking about whether they wanted to keep CJ or not. I was saying that at that time, the argument was like for not keeping him is that he's not producing in the area of getting the quarterback on the ground. That there was a higher expectation that he would get more sacks. And that was kind of the overwhelming argument that I heard as to why take the draft picks, get off of him, we can get somebody else that's getting the production in the way of sacks that he's giving y'all in Carolina. So my comment is that I find it interesting how the focus has shifted from an edge rusher who gets sacks to heralding an edge rusher who doesn't get sacks but gets pressures. And I get that. I get the want and the need to justify, as Tony said, paying an edge rusher $30 million, the same $30 million a year that Brian Burns wanted when his market value was 24 prior to his signing of 30 with the Giants. Paying the same $30 million to Jaelan Phillips, whose market value was closer to $17.3 million. Regardless of what you say,
That's nope. I don't. We did not pay double for Jaelan Phillips.
Hey, Tony.
I don't. Nope.
Tony.
Well, go ahead, Red. What's up?
I got a couple of things that I want to do. I've submitted some evidence before the court.
All right, so you want to bring that to the state?
I'll switch this one real quick. I hate to take my PFF one down, but I can go back to.
So why are you doing that? So I'm gonna just give my spiel real quick on the Brian Burns thing, and this is where I stood on it when it came to it. When we look at the defense as a whole, I didn't feel like paying Brian Burns close to $30 million was going to help solve our problems on defense, when at that time we had a lot of other holes on the defense that needed attention, right? So taking $30 million for one player when there was plenty of holes on both sides of the ball, not just defense, but both sides. And now when you look at it, just sticking with Brian Burns, and this is why I say consistent pressure is more important than sacks. Brian Burns had 16 and a half sacks for the Giants this past year. Can anybody tell me what the Giants record was?
They won 4 games? 4 or 5 games?
Yeah. Okay. So Myles Garrett set the NFL record for 23. Anybody want to tell me what Cleveland record was last year?
No idea.
Did they make the playoffs? Did they make the playoffs?
No.
Okay. So my whole point is, when you are a losing team and you got deficiencies all across the board, yes, some people would love for you to go out there and keep you a superstar, right? But are you rooting more for the superstar, or you want to see your team improve? So my whole point was, why am I going to give you $30 million when you don't change the trajectory of the direction that this team is going? Because it didn't happen to his last year, it didn't happen the year before, and it didn't happen the year before that, right? So we just going to just keep paying top shelf money because that's what the market dictate, right? Okay, but you're not the only person on the team, and we got a whole lot more things that we need to cover, and our salary cap was in hell under Scott Fitterer. So you have to factor all that into consideration. It's not that I was rooting against Brian Burns. I like Brian Burns. I like him to come out of Florida State. I like how he developed and all that. But we were not in a position, in my opinion, to pay top 5 or top 10 defensive end money when we had so many other holes throughout the team that we needed to take care of, and we did not have the salary cap space at the time to do so. So it made good fiscal sense to me to let Brian Burns go. Now, I don't agree with the draft picks that we got back for him. I wish we could have got more, but I don't blame that on Dan Morgan. I blame that on Scott Fitterer because he should have been traded Brian Burns. Dan Morgan cleaned up the mess that Scott Fitterer left. That's my opinion. And then on top of that, that was Bryce rookie year, his first year, got sacked 63 times. We invested in the offensive line and some other areas. Year 2, he only got sacked, I think, like 30 times or 27, something like that.
Cut in half.
It was 30,
right?
Yeah.
So you want to pay a defensive end $30 million who wasn't going to change the outcome, from a victory standpoint, and then you had people crying about we paid our 2 guards money to protect Bryce, but it turned out to be beneficial, in my opinion, because we have 2 solid left guards that we have not had before then. If anybody remember, we had a damn turnstile at the guard position until Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis stepped into the equation. So that was my whole reasoning for it. I like I said, I'd rather have pressures than sacks because the pressures affect the defense in a multitude of ways.
Yeah,
y'all go ahead.
I think it's interesting. I heard what you said about the Giants nor the Browns making the playoffs, and though that's a fact, and I think when it comes to sacks, I can't support the statement I'm about to make with the number of sacks that the team turned in to where their defense is ranked. But I can tell you that the Houston Texans, number 1 ranked defense, Denver Broncos, number 2, Minnesota Vikings, and Cleveland Browns, all of the top 4 defensively ranked defenses have edge rushers who rank in the top of the NFL in sacks more so than pressures. Now, oftentimes, to be honest, sacks, a player who has a high sack number also has a high pressure number. I think Jaelan Phillips is an oddity, quite frankly, to put up the number of pressures he has, but doesn't actually get his hands on the quarterback. So, Tony, I sent in this display to talk about how I feel like Jaelan Phillips has benefited, not contributed to, but benefited from the pressures that his teammates.
You talking about this one right here?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
So what this diagram from PFF shows is the ranking in NFL chip, double team, and triple team rates. Okay? Defensive linemen who overcome extra attention. I've heard so often the statement from Panthers fans that the defense is going to benefit from the pressures that Jaelan Phillips gives. He's going to be running quarterbacks into the middle of the field and to other defensive linemen towards Nick Scorton. This chart actually shows that he actually benefited from the double teams of Jordan Davis, the other defensive linemen with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think he'll get the same benefit, granted, from Derek Brown. But it also highlights how Jaelan Phillips, who was way down here around 160 in the number of double teams that he faced in the NFL, he got less attention than the other defensive linemen. Now, what I'm hearing is he'll draw the attention because of his pressure rate freed up other players. The reality is he was freed up more often because of the attention that the Philadelphia Eagles defensive linemen received. Yet, with all that single coverage attention he got, he wasn't able to get to the quarterback. Now, when I turned the tape on, what I saw a lot of was him getting.
Hey, talk to me.
Yes, he got around the edge. But typically, it was the position of the offensive tackle because of his speed to push him around the quarterback. So a pressure is getting within a certain circumference of the quarterback. If you will, imagine a quarterback standing in the center of a hula hoop. This drill that you see defensive linemen run where they put down a ball or a towel, run around the circle, that's to get them their dip, their lean, to help them get around the quarterback. He's great at that. But what he has failed to do is get inside of the hula hoop. And again, that's my argument for him getting the quarterback on the ground. I don't think it's going to benefit y'all as much as y'all are anticipating. But I will say this in my last statement is that the Devin Lloyd signing was a huge signing for y'all. You addressed the most glaring need on your defense. Well, one of the two. I mean, you ranked at the bottom of the NFL in pressures. So I can understand you locking up the pressure guy. But you also were horrendous at the linebacker, and you went out and got the best linebacker on the market. That was big. But even last year, Prince Yelland drew more double teams than Jaelan Phillips did.
Okay, so
I don't think that's a hold on. I don't think that's a fair comparison because
I agree.
Princely Yelland didn't play not close to the
number
to the amount of snaps that Jaelan Phillips. So that could be very misleading.
It can be. How about
can I jump in real quick?
So if that's the case,
hold on, Will. Go ahead, Will. Go ahead, Will.
So if that's the case, if you saying Princely had more double teams, and if you're talking about percentages, you get what I'm saying. So what only thing I will say is this, and I know this, when you mine information or you look at statistics, somebody getting 73 pressures, I'm taking that. You can call it empty calories. You can call it participation trophy. You can call it whatever you want. 73 pressures and hitting that quarterback elbow and not getting the sack, that's worth a lot. Yeah, I think that he has to turn that into more sacks. I'm not saying that he doesn't have to do that. But to say that 73 pressures are empty calories, and to say from a percentage wise why he didn't, how do you know that it wasn't the scheme that they was putting him in to make him benefit from not being double teamed?
It's going to be the same scheme that y'all have.
It's going to be
it's Vic Fangio.
Exactly.
I mean, it's hold on though, Red. It's the same scheme. It's the same scheme, yes. But we do know the play calling is vastly different. Just because you have the same scheme, that don't automatically, you shouldn't automatically assume that the outcome is going to be the same because there's nuances within that scheme that one coach does better than the other, or that the other coach don't do like the other. So, yeah, go ahead, Will.
Right.
Finish.
Yeah. So I mean, I see the whole, so what you telling me, Red, is that he beat the man in front of him. And him beating the man in front of him, because he didn't beat two men in front of him, means that his pressures are empty calories. That doesn't make sense. So all I'm saying is,
that's not what I'm saying.
If you would have asked me, if anybody would tell you I'm a Devin Lloyd super fan, I was screaming for Devin Lloyd as soon as week 18 was over with. I wanted Devin Lloyd. I mean, after that playoff game, I wanted Devin Lloyd. So now that we've gotten Devin Lloyd, I believe that Jaelan Phillips is going to be a significant contribution to our defensive front. Not empty calories or anything like that, or oh, he got single coverage. Listen, all of that is stuff to prove a specific point. Give me them 73 pressures and give me 5 more sacks on year. You give me 73 pressures and 10 sacks, I'm taking that all day and twice on Sunday. You wouldn't? I know I would.
Go ahead, CJ.
Hey, I was gonna say this, kind of excuse me, talk about Red's point about the eloquent facts that he put on the screen here. So I'm not saying that you got what's the man name Davis and who was the other tackle for the Eagles? Big boy.
Jordan and Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. Okay, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. Okay. Now, mind you, all right, I'll take Derek Brown any day of the year, but him and you got a Bobby Brown. If Bobby Brown gets consistent play, which I think he will this season, I'm hoping, I'm hearing that they're going to slide Bobby Brown over and use him more at that defensive end spot. I hope to keep him a nose tackle. But you saw last year how they would have to double team Derek Brown at times, and Red, I know you saw firsthand, twice last season, what happens when you don't double team Derek Brown. Okay, so you get a Derek Brown, you get a Bobby Brown. Okay, you get a Lee Hunter who comes in if he's able to do something. And the thing is about the pressures. Okay, we're not saying that all we want is pressures. We're not saying that. Okay, every Panther fan want our defensive tackles, ends, outside linebackers to go out there, get their hands on the quarterback and get a sack. That's what we want every play. But the thing is, if you go back and look at this Panthers defense for the past 2 seasons, okay, maybe even 3, all right, you see a lot of instances where the opposing quarterback is standing in the pocket and has way too much time to scan the field and go through their progression. I'm not saying it happened, all game, every game, but for the majority of it, we weren't getting enough pressure from anything and anybody anywhere. You get what I'm saying? So if Jaelan Phillips, all right, in combination with Derek Brown, and what I hope is a better showing from Bobby Brown III this year because of increased playing time, the addition of Lee Hunter, and you got Nick Scorton stepping up into his 2nd year, okay, and hopefully he has improved and got better this offseason, okay? That's what we're saying. We won't sacks, but we will take those pressures as well, because those pressures might lead to quarterbacks get uncomfortable in the pocket. And what you're saying about the left tackle being in the right position and pushing, Phillips, past the quarterback. Depending on how far he was from the quarterback, you could get pushed past the quarterback and still reach out and be able to get an arm on a shoulder pad. You get what I'm saying? You get an arm on a shoulder pad, that quarterback's like, oh shit, somebody's trying to get me. Let me step up in the pocket. We're looking for stuff like that. But in the end, we all want sacks. Everybody wants sacks. Okay, but we will take the increase in pressures if it turns out to be that way, because what we're hoping for, and like I said, a lot of this is to be determined. Okay, but what we're hoping for, if we can get somebody in here to get an increase in pressures, hopefully that will lead to an increase in sacks, from other players on the defensive line. And we also hope that the Jaelan Phillips can turn those pressures he's getting into sacks for himself as well.
Yeah, I'll just say that my argument was.
Go ahead, Red.
I promise I'll be quick. My argument was that as a fan in the NFC South that has and a team that has lost consistently lately to the Panthers, my expectation when I look at those 2 offseason moves is that Devin Lloyd will have a bigger impact on your defense, much bigger impact than a Jaelan Phillips will.
So this is a comment that I started going back that Ronnie asked earlier, and he said, "I would love to know how many sacks does a defense have to create to get a win? 3, 6, 9, or 10? In my opinion, it's much more favorable for the defense to rely on pressure to create a win." Red. So
can I just say quickly, since he posed that to me, AI is your friend, Ronnie. You could actually give us the answer to your own question if you're willing to Google it or ask AI. It probably can tell you how, what's the greater percentage of team wins, higher sacks or higher pressures. But I don't know that answer to that.
All right. So here's my whole thinking when it comes to pressure, because I don't think people really put it in its true context, and what pressure can do for you on the defensive side of the ball. So it's not about getting home or did you beat your tackle or anything like that. Pressure comes from, did you make the quarterback get off his spot? Did you make the quarterback hold on to the ball longer? Could you force the quarterback to step up into the pocket and hopefully into the arms of your defensive tackle? Did you make the quarterback ground the ball? Did you make the quarterback throw the ball out of bounds? Did you make the quarterback potentially throw an interception? And when we talk about pressure, it's not just coming from your defensive end. It's just not coming from Jaelan Phillips. It's not just coming from Nick Scorton. It's not even just coming from your front four. You can have a dominant back seven and they can make the quarterback hold the ball and let the front four get home. So pressure could come from the back end or the front. So again, that's why I truly believe consistent pressure, and I use this analogy that I've used time and time again. In the course of a game, on average, there's 65 plays on the defensive side. If your defense only got three sacks that game, so that means there was 62 plays in that game where probably the offense didn't really feel it, right? But if I got consistent pressure 30 out of that 65 and I was able to still get those 3 to 5 sacks, well, I would take that because those pressures can lead to other things that maybe a sack won't. Because a sack means you got to the quarterback, he still got the ball in his hand, and you got him down. But the pressure can mean a multitude of things, a multitude of things across the board. So yes, if you like sacks and you want to go with sacks and sacks, that's your answer. Cool. I'm not here to say that anybody is wrong, right? My opinion, and I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it. I would rather have consistent pressure, than 2 to 3 sacks per game. And sometimes you don't even get a sack a game. So let's just be real about it. There's some games where you may just get 1 sack.
They're
but how many pressures?
And for a reason. Because let me ask you a quick question based on what you said.
But hold on, Red. Hold on.
Okay.
But because the fact is, and I don't think this could be disputed. When you look at just take for instance, Red. Let's just take your Falcons for instance, right?
Sure.
The defensive front last year, we know there wasn't really no names up on the front four, but the defensive coordinator called plays and sent a lot of blitzes, which helped cause pressure. Now there was a game where they only sacked Bryce like twice, but they brought pressure all game long. They was disruptive all game long. So in that game, Red, which would you rather had? Would you rather had the pressure that the defense created, or just those 2 sacks?
So my answer, quick and simple, is both. And that's not a sleight of hand by me. But what I'm saying
It sound
is,
like it. It sound like it because you look, Red. Pick a struggle. I'm gonna need you to go one way or the other.
Tony, quick question. Quick question. Is a sack not also counted as a quarterback pressure?
I will answer your question once you answer mine.
I answer yours. So I'm going to answer by saying a sack.
Okay. Go ahead. Now, what was your question?
Hold on, Will. My point being, is a sack not also considered a pressure?
Pressure creates sacks. If you don't get pressure, you can't get a sack. So that's the order it goes. That's the order it goes.
If a player gets to the quarterback and sacks him, he gets credited with both a sack and a pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But fewer pressures result in sacks. So to me, a sack is a more successful pressure.
But that don't add up though, Red. That don't. And the reason why I say it don't add up because
a sack is a step beyond a pressure, right?
Right.
Okay. Also, a sack stops all of those other statistical possibilities that you mentioned earlier. A throw out of bounds, an incompletion, a completion by the quarterback, a touchdown, an interception. When you get a sack, all of that analysis stops. The only thing they measure is the amount of yardage lost. So I would rather have a sack, blow that play dead, live to make another play. Now, I get that the quarterback may throw a touchdown, but he may throw your team an interception. It's an unknown. But what you do know is he ain't going to do nothing else once you put his butt on the grass.
Okay.
So you saying
hold on real quick. Go ahead, CJ.
I just want to say this. Red, you said to somebody in the chat that AI is your friend, right?
Tyranny. That was a joke more than anything, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, my good friend Gerald, okay, who I've affectionately dubbed Gemini. I call him Gerald now. All right. Yeah. Gerald said that the Panthers had 14 pressures in the game where we beat you guys 30-0, and the Panthers ended up with 0 sacks.
Okay. It's like Will said, you can go through and search and how a player has never done anything in 1 week. Like
your mic cutting up. Your mic cutting up, Red. Your mic cutting up. Yeah. Only thing that I was saying, and I'm gonna stand on it, and because I don't believe my mind can be changed. When we talk about consistency, I'm not talking about whether somebody got 1 sack or 5 sacks a game, because they're not averaging 5 sacks a game consistently, right? I believe that pressure is more consistent than sacks. That's all I'm saying. So based off of 65 plays, if I can get consistent pressure 30 times out of a game as opposed to 3 sacks, I would take those pressures, because I also know with those 30 pressures, ultimately sacks will follow, but they're not going to match. I'm not going to create 30 pressures and get 30 sacks. I can create 30 pressures and get 5 sacks, or I can create 30 pressures and get 1 sack. Hell, I can create 30 and get 10, but that 30 is consistent. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying in this whole thing. Go ahead, Will.
So I just wanted to make sure that I get this. I want to make sure I put this out here because I had to look this up. So we talking about my boy Phillips. So Phillips has 73 pressures. He hurried the quarterback 57 times. So 57 times the quarterback had to get off his spot because Phillips is in the building. Not that somebody pushed him out the way. or he was somewhere in the band, 57 times that quarterback had to get off his spot. He sacked the quarterback 5 times and hit the quarterback 11 times. I'm taking that. I'm taking that all season long. Now, should 11 of those hits or some of those hurries turn into more sacks? Yes. But 57 hurries and 11 hits, that's good. That's pretty much so let's take 11 hits and 5 sacks. So that's out of 16 games. He's put some kind of punishment on a quarterback at least one time each game. That's pretty good. I'm just being realistic here. I know people like to mince words, but that's significant, and we need that. And we paid a premium for it. I think we paid a premium for it. I don't think we paid double the price. That's ridiculous. I don't think we paid. I don't think that knowing our cap manager, I know he didn't do that. You can show me any kind of statistic you want or anything some PFF people said, because they also said that the guy that we got for $4 million was going to get $25 million. So I don't think that we paid double the price for that. And I think he's going to be a significant contribution. But to Red's point, I think Devin Lloyd is going to be a much higher contributor than Phillips.
Go ahead, CJ. What you got?
Oh,
I like this one comment. Jaelan 6270. A sack is a completed pressure, and I mean, I hear what Broski said. You can't go a game having a sack or multiple sacks without having pressure the same game. Well, that's what I've been saying, Broski.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that is the premise of what I've been saying. You hope your pressures turn into sacks, but if you get 30 pressures again, all 30 pressures ain't gonna turn to sacks. Those 30 pressures may turn into 1 sack, or it may turn into 5 sacks or 3 sacks. At the end of the day, you're gonna always end up having more pressure than you have sacks. That's just the statistical proof.
I agree.
And just like I was saying about the Falcons game, we beat the Falcons 30-0 with 0 sacks, but we have 14 pressures. So we did not get the quarterback down for a sack statistic, but we rattled him enough all game long to blank him. So that's what I'm saying. We all want sacks. We all want sacks, but there are instances where you can rattle a quarterback enough to throw him off of his game to be able to win a game 30-0. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think we all agreeing on the same thing. Yeah. We're some of us are coming down 85, some of us coming down 95. Some of us in the backwoods on 15-501. So I think we all talking about the same thing. We just going at it differently.
Yeah, Tony, I know you had up earlier the market value to Will, and I know we had 2 different ones. But yeah, mine was far more out of reach.
What you talking about? What you talking about?
Jaelan Phillips fair market value prior to signing with y'all.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the fair market value for defensive ends were this year.
Yeah, but I think when you look, somebody had it posted up earlier. I saw, because I was putting mine up, but I saw another one up too. But this was my point, though. Okay. My point is that I'm not taking a shot at what y'all paid for him. I mean, you paid what you had to pay for him. So, and I think CJ said it best when he said your money cap guy learned a lesson from the year before when y'all were in the hunt for Milton Williams. You got to make a determination. Am I going to go $1 million more than the last offer he and his representation got? And I think that y'all were not interested at all in getting into that sort of bidding war over Jaelan Phillips. That your front office just said, fuck it. We're gonna give him an offer he can't refuse. And they have their reasons for doing that. My only thing is that, say what you will, it was high for an edge rusher who doesn't have double-digit sacks in his career when you look at it historically. So, I'm not tripping on that. You paid him what you had to pay him. I know we overpaid Drake London, but the intent there was to satisfy the player, get him paid, get him into the building, and let's go play football. And that's what y'all did with Jaelan Phillips. I'm not tripping on that.
So yeah, this is type of the discussion that I've loved having, and this is why I created my Patreon page, because see, this is where instead of just pulling up numbers and adding numbers and equating numbers to the conversation, you can put film to it, right? What does the film say about the pressure? So if you are interested in doing so, I just dropped a link in the chat that takes you to my Patreon page, Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. Over there, we're really going to get into the deep discussion, deep dive of film breakdown, analysis, player comps, draft prospects, college and pro over there. Nothing over there is based on highlights. I have actual game footage. So it's not going to be just no 15-minute thing. We're going to get into it, and then we'll be able to look and see why so-and-so didn't get to a sack, but did he create the pressure and where the pressure was coming from. These type of discussions, these are the type of things that I want to have in Patreon, and why I built the Patreon page to do so. I think SC was asking earlier about subscribing to the channel. The SC, I know, because I just started off with my page. I'm not even sure you can even become a member on my page, which is Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. But if you are subscribed to CJ's channel, the Carolina Armchair GM CJ, then I know he can have members over there. So I don't know which one that you have subscribed to or try to subscribe to, but I just drop a link to both my Patreon and the YouTube channel. And fellas, it's been 2.5 hours, and I still ain't seen my PayPal ring up. You know what I'm saying? I feel kind of bad, because I feel like me, Will, CJ, and Red Swarm has brought y'all great conversation and debate today. Got your morning started off on a good note. So if you would, please show some love to the PayPal. I can't even come up with a nickname for the PayPal like y'all do with Cash App, but yeah, just show yeah, the love offering. So the QR code is
to Pastor Silky Smooth.
Past the LTT, low tone Tony.
So the QR code is definitely at the top right. So it said support the show. You can definitely support the show there. And again, once again, I'm dropping the link in the comments. Hey man, whatever your heart desires tells you to give, the channel will greatly appreciate it, man. I put a lot of work and effort into building this so we can have something every weekday, Monday through Friday. So greatly appreciate if you would show your love. So everybody got off what they need to say.
Payday. I know it's payday Friday for somebody somewhere. Now don't sit there and act like that direct deposit didn't hit that account this morning. Show some love.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm off work today too.
Hey, can I add something to this fair market value discussion thing?
Of course you can.
Okay, so the fair market value for Rasheed Walker was 3 years, $20 million a year, $60 million guaranteed. We got him for $4 million. So when people be going to like the SPO track, that's what they think that person should have gotten. That doesn't mean that's what the market bared. We don't know what Philadelphia offered Jaelan Phillips up front. Pretty sure they offered him more than $17 million. For that level of productivity, They offered him more than $17 million. So, but we went in and we took him off the market straight up. I'm pretty sure we offered him multiple millions of dollars more, but it wasn't double the price. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. And Will, I would have been
Yeah.
equally insulted had somebody suggested to me that we paid twice what we could have paid for a player. I get that.
Drake, because
But
y'all didn't pay twice as much for Drake London. Y'all probably paid maybe
about $3 million too much. Yeah,
about $2.5 million more than he probably could have gotten from a team that was like a Super Bowl window team or something like that.
Yeah.
That was the tax that you paid. We probably paid maybe $4 million more because we pulling him from a Super Bowl team in our environment. I get it.
Somebody put it in there to share, but it's not there. It came down, but they had in there, I think 24.7. And I had said 17.3. I was way off, Will. So let me retract that. And that was actually Spot Rack's figure, 24.7. So, and again, you're right. That's just his analysis. So yeah.
Hey, let's address this because this was another star comment by J-Rock Stick City, and he said, I may have asked too late yesterday, but who do you guys feel will be our ideal third down NASCAR package? CJ, you go first.
Well, I was hoping it would be Turk in there, but I would still say now if we talk, well, I guess if in NASCAR package, he's probably going to be doing his 4-2-5 defense. I would say let me see. Derek Brown, maybe like LeBron Ray, Aaron Hall, or if you put in a you might have Jaelan Phillips, Nick Scorton, and maybe add Princely on one side of it. And that's a good darn question. I think I would have a better answer last season.
On a NASCAR package, though.
Yeah,
don't y'all agree?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Will. On you, what you think?
So for me, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For me, I think it's Princely, and then where Turk Wharton would have sat, I would be putting Pat Jones with his hand in the dirt.
Oh,
Derek Brown and Jaelan Phillips.
Yep, that's a good package.
Okay,
For me, I would like Pat Jones on one end, Jaelan Phillips on the other, and not Jaelan Phillips. I would put Pat Jones on one end, Princely on the other, and I would put Jaelan Phillips and Pat Jones or Jaelan Phillips and Derek Brown in the middle. Because I think Jaelan Phillips can rush the quarterback over the guard. He's done it in Philly. He's done it in Miami. So if he can be effective on the inside, then you can put Princely and Nick Scorton or Pat Jones on the other side, turn them loose. Especially when you get to a 3rd and long or 3rd and 15, something like that. But what I don't want to see on the back end, if it's 3rd and 17 and we got the corner sitting 20 yards off, that makes absolutely no sense.
Thank you.
Hey, please don't get CJ started. Hey, y'all, please don't get CJ started.
Hey, they gonna be at the doghouse getting beers and and paying for hamburgers, and then they got to run back across Mint Street, get through the stoplights and the crosswalk, and then go make a play.
Hey, y'all gonna get CJ started. Y'all gonna get CJ started.
Am I lying, fellas? Chat. Am I lying? Are y'all tired of seeing the parking lot defense from Ejiro? Yes, you got me started. Are y'all tired of seeing that bullshit from Ejiro Evero? And I'm not saying that it's not warranted on certain down and distances, but when it's 3rd and 3, why are your cornerbacks bailing at the start and they already 37 miles from the line of scrimmage? Come on,
Will, I forgot this was his trigger. I forgot.
Boy,
Yeah,
Hey,
yes.
y'all. Hey, y'all. CJ say them boys gonna be running across the street, dodging
Yeah.
traffic,
They
trying to
gonna
get
be
to the
hitting the button at the
receiver.
crosswalk.
Damn.
Damn it, I got to go make a play. Telling you.
oh man. Oh y'all, you
Oh,
got him
man.
going, dog. You got him going.
Oh, man.
Hey,
That's
hey. Damn it, boy.
Oh, hey,
Okay.
and
all
J.
right.
J. Rod Sticky said because no pass rush. Now I got you on that one, but my thing is, if you would go well, if you remember, like Mike Jack in that first Rams game, there was a play when he caught that pick six. I think it was it on Puka or Devontae? And the thing was, now mind you, he was playing off about 7 or so yards. Okay, which. Yeah, I think it was Puka. He was playing off the ball, but what happened was he didn't bail instantly at the snap of the ball. He stayed and he let Puka come up to him, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I think if they didn't play so far off, and and it was just like, and they didn't bail at the start, sometimes they would be in better positions to try and make a play on the ball, just like Mike Jack did in that situation. Like I said, I know I give Evero hell, and I'm not the defensive coordinator. I'm not the defense coordinator for a reason. He is for a reason, and I can't sit here and disrespect him all the time. But one thing that does get me is that when we are on third down and it's 3rd and 2, it's 3rd and 2. Why are your defensive backs playing 8-9 yards off the ball, off the line of scrimmage, and like I said, and then bailing out at the start? They in a straight back pedal as soon as the ball is snapped. You know what I mean? So
Hey,
that's what I'm saying.
Can I jump in with this, Tony? I don't know. I don't know how long you're gonna go with us today.
Hold
hold
on real quick. Hold on real quick. Hey, shout out to my brother from another SC Panther Wolf for the $25 gift in PayPal. I appreciate you, my guy.
Yes,
I appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, my boy. Appreciate it. He always showing big love, man. So I greatly appreciate you showing the channel love. Yeah. Go ahead, Red. What you gonna say?
Potato salad. No, I was gonna say, I've enjoyed being on here. I ain't trying to duck and run from y'all, even though sometimes that's wise, because y'all motherfuckers are some snipers. All three of y'all. But
hey, you know how CJ and I get down. So
oh yeah, oh shit. Will know. I know he right at the top of the pecking order too.
Yes, sir.
Will has been generous today, and I thank him. But I'm gonna say, I don't know if T. Cole is interested in hitting the link. I know you have 4 people up, 3 along with
Is he up? I would love for T. Cole to hit the link.
That's what I was about to say. T. Cole, if you're willing to, kind of, I don't know if you're in a position where you can. But if you like to, man, I'm more than gracious to say, hey, I'm gonna step down, man, and let you come on in and hit. I'm a fan of T. Cole. He knows that.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad to hear.
He's been in other podcasts, and I'll be like, hey, T. Cole, I'm just building him. He like, Swarm, chill out with that shit now. I ain't trying to go too far with these cats, but I be trying to make him the resident expert. But yeah, man. Let me I drop down.
Let me drop Swamp. You make sure everything good at the administration, at the Veterans Administration over there. I'm about to come over into Atlanta and make sure make sure my documents are straight.
Okay. All right. We got you. You know I do.
All right, man. Let me let you go. Let me let you go, man.
I enjoyed y'all, brothers, man. Thank y'all. Hey,
anytime, man. Anytime.
Yeah, Tony, I appreciate it, Greek. All right, y'all have a good day, fellas. Doubt. I'm being in the chat listening, man. All right.
Yeah, Tico, if you want to hit the link, man, it's in the chat. It's definitely in the chat. SC says I-77 defense because EJ don't trust our QB's recovery speed. That is a fact, SC, but please stop riling CJ up. Lord Jesus. Don't do that. Austin Wright said, yeah, Puka. Unintentionally. I swear I didn't mean to get him riled up like that. I swear I didn't. I should have known better because we have these discussions damn near every day, right? So yeah, I ran him into that one. Tico say it's about pace of backpedal. Facts. Exactly, CJ. Slow play. Okay, hold on. We got Tico about to hit the panel. Tico, what it do, my guy?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on this good 4th month in the morning? What's up with y'all?
What up? What up?
Hey, man. Hey, appreciate you tapping in, man. I've been wanting you to tap in since Monday, but you know, I just wait and figure out that I figured that hopefully you would hit the channel and I would see you. But yeah, I would definitely love to get your input. I don't know how much of the conversation you heard, but the last question was about the NASCAR package. Let me start that question again. I think J Rock Stick City asked about. He said, I may have asked too late yesterday, but who do you guys feel will be our ideal third down NASCAR defensive line group?
Yeah, man. Shit, I'm thinking, of course, Princely gonna be on the outside. He probably one of like the first guys with the best first step outside of Phillips.
Right.
Put Princely on one edge. Pat Jones gonna be in the middle somewhere. It's kind of like Pat Jones, Phillips, and Scorton really can play on the inside.
Exactly.
But one of them gonna have to go out there. So I'm thinking I'll probably put Scorton out there on that on the strong side and set the edge just in case. But with a NASCAR way, you know that's obvious pass down. So we ain't really worried about the run on the NASCAR package. So, but I'll still put Scorton on the outside and probably Pat Jones and Phillips on the inside. That's the fastest group we got, pretty much. I don't know. I think that's it right there. Unless somebody else, as far as I like Travis Gibson, but I'm not sure he probably won't hit the field before those four.
Okay, the wrong thing. Okay.
Hey, can I renew my my NASCAR package?
Yeah. Hold on real quick. Let me read the money. It's $2 super chat from J Rock Stick City. He said, hey, appreciate that super chat, my guy. He said, stay on all day. I'm off. Look, I'll stay on as long as the conversation is good. Everything copacetic, man. I ain't got no problem with it. You know, like I said, show love to the show, man. Support the show. The QR code is at the top right. I've dropped the link. I'll drop it again. So appreciate that.
Boy, I hit that Patron joint one time. That shit took me in the butt. Like, boy, what the hell is this? Get me up out of here. He tried
to Hey, go ahead. Go ahead, CJ. Go ahead with your revised your revamped NASCAR statement. Yeah.
Let me tell you. Okay, so Princely and Scorton on the outside. Okay, Pat Jones, Jaelan Phillips, and I would still keep Derek Brown in the middle. I put Derek Brown at the nose because even though I know it's a NASCAR package, out of him, Cam Jackson, Bobby
double
Brown,
team. They're gonna have the double team.
Yeah. They have to double team because you know he can get to the quarterback. So you put your speed on the outside, and when Tony was saying, Jaelan Phillips, can rush, over guard. So you put Pat Jones and Phillips at both defensive end spots, put Derek Brown in the middle, and then you have Scorton and Princely on the at the edge.
Boy, that's hell right there.
If they rush 5.
That's hell.
Yeah.
That's
thank you for giving me the opportunity to redo that because I dropped the egg on the first part.
That type of pressure right there, that's going to create something. That's going to create something. Ain't no way you could tell me that pressure from those 5 on 3rd and long can't get home. Shit. Go ahead, Will. Go ahead, Will.
That loud, and I would love to see Baker Mayfield in a shotgun. And we lined up like that and have his loudmouth ass running for his life back there. Oh, that would do my heart so good. Oh, that'll do my heart so good.
That pressure really gonna unlock our defense, bro. That pressure gonna really unlock this defense because our coverage is already shit above average. And we already be having quarterbacks patting the ball with that with that cover 3 match when the safety come down and they the dig route might come across the field and one of the safeties might J.C. Horn may be on him from the beginning. But then once he crossed J.C. Horn's face, he give him to the safety, and J.C. Horn pick up the next crosser. So that's why you be seeing people patting that ball, because that 3 match, it looked like zone, but then they switch and they matching whoever come in their area. So it's really man once the routes progress
to him.
It's in man. So that's EJ's calling card is coverage. If he can ever have some pressure to go with that, the way he be setting up those coverages, like J.C. Horn said, like the game plans, he'd be like the game plan for the receivers and the passing package be second to none. Like the nigga know how the game plan for them, like for the routes, and the receivers like have them boys prepared for what the fuck's gonna come this week. So if they can get that damn pass rush to where we think it's gonna be, and we got that 6'4", 6'5" nigga standing in the middle, well, you can't throw over his head unless you put air on it.
Yeah,
man.
Because D Brown is great at batting balls down.
D Brown too. They gonna have to pass over a few niggas' heads this time.
Yeah,
I can see Simmons in the middle with Devin Lloyd on them dime packages sometimes too. Big dime.
I ain't think about that.
Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah, I ain't think about that.
Yeah,
but T-Cole,
but Simmons gonna make the roster.
Go CJ.
He
gonna make the roster.
He gonna be. They got him at linebacker now. They keep changing him on the depth. Like one side they have him at safety, another side they have him at linebacker. So
what is he on the Panthers website? Safety or linebacker?
I think he's a linebacker. I think he behind. He right there behind.
I know Dave.
Bam and
said
Charles.
That
he third string right now. I think it's Devin Lloyd, Wallace, Charles, Bam, and then they got Simmons on that third string slot on one side.
On the Panther site, they got him
good,
safety
Marco Nash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying if he gonna make the squad, because that safety room is packed.
It is.
336. We ain't doing no boundaries. But if you listen, if you want to contribute to the love offering, support the show, man. Just scan that QR code in the top right, man. I greatly appreciate it. And you need to hit the link one day too, man, to come on up so we can have a good conversation or good debate.
You wearing your dress shoes?
Nah,
they was giving him hell on Unk channel about his dress boots.
Hey, he told Zip when they meet up for the friendly fade, he gonna fade that nigga in his dress boots.
With a Newport hanging out his mouth.
Going at it, boy. He was like, I'm gonna pull up in my dress boots, boy.
That shit had me weak, dog. That shit had me weak. Hey, but Tico, since you here, I got a question for you. Because you played in the league, so you definitely know better than all of us. On the defensive side of the ball, I'm going to put you in the mindset of a defensive coordinator. Which would you rather have your defense be recognized for? Or okay, let me say it like this: which one do you prefer your defensive front to do? Apply pressure or get a sack or get sacks? But which one you think is more important to the defense?
That's a tough one. Without any context, I would say sacks.
Okay, why would you say that?
Because pressure doesn't necessarily always get home. Like there's still a possibility for the quarterback to make a play or a receiver to make a play with just, pressure as, quote, end quote. I will say that pressure has an opportunity to be more impactful than a sack sometimes, depending on the outcome of the pressure. Now, if he come and like Phillips, for instance, he gets home, he gets pressure, but he don't really get home. He don't finish the job. But if he can tap his arm or hit him on the shoulder pad and the ball fly up in the air or the ball, it changes the flight of the ball, that's an interception.
Right.
So it's like pressure gives you multiple ways of getting off the field. Whether it's whether you get there but you can't get them on the ground, so you just strip them. Then the strip, I think when you strip them, that counts as a sack too. Even if you don't get them on the ground, all you hit the ball out of his hand, I think that counts as a sack too. So, what I'm saying? So you get that strip sack, you get tip balls, you get errant throws. Sack is just a sack, and I mean, if it's on third down, you get off the field. But pressure can be, you can get off the field on first down.
So after a game, right? Well, let me ask you this: just straight up. Which one is more consistent, applying pressure or getting a sack?
Pressure is more consistent because you have they call pass rush lanes, and it's like it's like how can I say it? It's like you slamming the door on the quarterback. Like you remember that room that they had where their walls closing in. So it's like you get the pressure up the middle, the pocket pushers, and then you get the edge screaming off the edge. The edge is screaming off the edge, but not too far up the field to where they're going too far past where the quarterback sets up at. They called it the quarterback landmark. So you got some edges that's fast, and they just try to run past the tackle, and all the tackle got to do is push their ass past.
Talk to him, Tico.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to be able to. That's why you see them doing those leans, and they'll turn their shoulder and turn their body to short corner. You got to shorten that corner so you don't run past the quarterback. So if you can get two edges that stand and everybody standing in their pass rush lane, there's nowhere for the quarterback to go. He step up, he dead. If he definitely ain't getting on the out, if he go to the outside, he dead. So that's what happened with. If you remember, go back to that Chiefs game, and I got to put this out there. When Bryce left the field, we was winning that game. When Pat Mahomes scrambled out that pocket, DJ Wanham did a crazy ass rush, and he rushed way out his lane. That's what opened that motherfucking lane up for Patrick Mahomes to get up out of there.
And he did that consistently.
DJ Wanham was trying to beat his tackle, and he went real wide and did like a little half spin move, and man, Patrick, he opened that bitch wide open. It was wide open.
So before I ask, go. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you.
No, you good. I was 30 yards.
Yeah, that's the one. I think that's the one where Patrick Mahomes ran towards the sidelines and he felt like he was gonna go out of bounds, but he kept going down the sidelines.
He missed the tackle.
Was Mike Jackson. It was Mike Jackson there, and somebody else that was there that thought he was running out of bounds.
Oh boy, that came from Buffalo. I forgot his name. My bad. Tom.
So and Tico, you tell me if I'm lying on this. When you are defensive ends, or say we're gonna just say a defensive front, and you're game planning against a quarterback, and you know that quarterback is pretty good at scrambling or is a dual threat quarterback. Your rush lanes are supposed to stop where he drops back at, not go past.
Exactly.
If you are dealing with a pocket passer, that's someone that you are not afraid that's going to run if the rush lanes widen, especially on the ends, then you can do a little bit more to get to that quarterback because you're not worried about him taking off. But when you're dealing with a scrambling quarterback or dual threat quarterback that can take off at any moment, your edge rushers, even though they're rushing, they still have to they still got to hold contain to keep said quarterback from taking off. And when we saw DJ Wanham did that a lot. He did not contain his edge against these dual threat quarterbacks or these scrambling quarterbacks. We did a lot better job last year with Nick Scorton and on Nick Scorton's side of the ball, because he can do it, contain the rush lanes, he can rush the passer, and he also good in the run game.
Yes, sir. It's crazy that you said that, CJ, because that's one of the things that I seen on Jaelan Phillips tape.
Dang, CJ talking. That's me, Tico.
Oh, my bad, Tony. I just, CJ the only one that got his face up there, so it's like he got there. He took over my brain. But yeah, Tony, man, it's crazy you say that because I seen that on Jaelan Phillips tape, like to where he's still getting the first step on the tackle. But when like Lamar Jackson take off the run, he's able to shed that tackle and fall off back into the tackle. We didn't have that in DJ Wan. Like you said, Scorton was good at that too. But if you go back and watch Jaelan Phillips tape, like anytime those quarterbacks tried to take off, he got rid of his man and shed him and was bailing back out to make the play to get in. You know what I'm saying, to stop him from getting too many yards or even tackle for losses. Yeah. So we definitely got better in that respect. And I definitely saw DJ Wanham out there wildcatting plenty of times. He was the main reason for the Buffalo game. That little motherfucking toss plays in the outside zone. That was on DJ Wanham's side.
They was attacking him like it was nobody's business.
That's
a trigger for me. I about lost my mind that game. I tried to avoid talking about that game because I damn near broke a TV. I try to stay away from it. Try to stay away from it. What you got, Will? You got something? Oh, go ahead, CJ.
No. I was just laughing at y'all, man. People talk about pressures versus sacks. If you got 65 plays on defense and you get 20 pressures and 2 sacks, or would you rather 30 pressures and 1 sack? I would probably take that 30 pressures and 1 sack because I think that impacts the game more, and that's what I don't think some people realize. And I think Tico put it into perspective really good.
Yeah, go ahead, CJ.
Hey, I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and drop off because I got some patio furniture to put together. Tomorrow I'm gonna have all 3 of my stepchildren fired up, cooking some
good luck, my boy.
Shoulders, some pork shoulders, some ribs, some chicken, everything. So I got some yard work to do here, but
okay.
I appreciate you, big dog, and I appreciate everybody joining. I just wanted to say that I'm gonna go live on Sunday this week because tomorrow is the 4th. We're going to have episode 5 of the roster talk. We're going to be talking about the linebackers. Okay, we're going to be talking about the linebackers and the news of the week. And one thing that has happened this week that has extremely pissed me off extremely. Okay, so we're going to talk about that.
Oh damn. Okay, well, what time you going live Sunday?
Same time, 11. I'm gonna do 11 same time. Yeah.
Okay. Is my mic chopping up?
No, you good.
Okay, all right.
Sound fine to me. And I will say this too: everybody that is watching the morning kickoff, especially on my channel, Armchair GM CJ, make sure there's 42 of y'all watching now. Make sure that y'all go and subscribe to the Unbiased Sports Talk YouTube channel. Okay, our goal is we want to make sure we get Tony to his first goal of 500 subscribers. Okay, so everybody watching right now, make sure you go to Tony's channel and subscribe. We need to get him going and get him his numbers up. We need to get his number. We need to get his stats up. We're talking about stats stuff. We gotta get Tony's stats up. All right. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for all the love and support, man. I'm out.
Hey, I appreciate you, cuz. Appreciate you holding it down with us today.
All right, y'all. Will, Tico,
let me read this.
Appreciate you.
All right, CJ.
All right. Let me read this. Okay, there go Tico. Let me read this. $9.99 super chat from Eternal 252. I appreciate that super chat, my guy. He said they tell me the defense need to do better. What's y'all opinion on the Patriots, 49ers, Saints, Seattle? I was also told the defense didn't cause no punts. I may be wrong, but I know I saw teams punt. I would T-Cole and Will memory probably a little bit better than mine when it comes to all that because I don't remember all that specifically. But I'm pretty sure that we caused teams to punt.
Yeah, we was at the bottom.
Okay.
We did more. We did better like in turnovers.
Okay.
That's what had our rank as around 16. Our total defense, but like as far as getting off the field on third down, we was like 28th.
Okay. What you say, Will? What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody punted at least once.
They definitely punted because that's why you know ETN be dropping them damn balls.
Oh, sweet ham and
I
biscuits.
remember that.
Oh my God. Yeah. Whenever I see that ball going up in the air and I see him back there, man, I get nervous as I don't know what.
Hey, that's the first thing you should never have to worry about from a punt returner. You should never have to worry about it. Niggas never had to worry about if Devin Hester was gonna catch it.
Yeah. Hey, Jay Issue, make sure you click the one for UO Sports Talk. Yeah. Go ahead, fellas. My bad.
Yeah. So that
Will?
Yeah. No. That was it.
Yeah, I think it was. We was the opportunistic defense.
Yeah.
With the pass rush, as we brought up before, he couldn't really do what he wanted to do as far as schemes and coverages together. So that it was one of those things to where we wanted the quarterback to hold the ball a little bit longer and kind of disguise what we were doing. So we gave up yards. We played, the bend but don't break mentality, and we was able to tighten up in the red zone where it's kind of harder to score if you're not one of those upper echelon teams, or if you can't figure out what the defense is doing to you. It gets a lot harder in the fucking red zone to score. So that's how his defenses still stay in that middle range because of the coverage and because of the red zone. But if you go like from 20 to 20 or 25 to 25, we kind of give people what they want right there. Unless there's something that we caught on film, or, they come out and something, we got somebody like a Luke Kuechly that's been out there and watching film all night, and when they come out in this certain formation, it's a bell just go off, a light bulb go off in their head, and be like, bitch, they better not run this play that I've been watching all night out of this formation. When I tell you, nigga, like, I'm telling you, like, most of the plays that I made was because of film watching, and I know this is the Panthers Nation, so they know about Kuechly and about how he been calling motherfuckers plays out since he came in the league. That shit make the game so much easier. You ain't got to have no talent to know what a motherfucker running.
That's
and everybody has that scouting report. That scouting report that's who they are. They might have 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 wrinkles. Other than that, they have the percentages up there and everything. What down the distance they ran it, how many times they ran it, how many formations they ran it out of. And like they say, like 60, 70% of the time, yeah, we're going to write that one down. We're going to take a picture of that one. You run that 70% of the time. Like when Mike Jackson sat on that, like one of them picks that he picked off on Puka, that nigga won't worry about him running deep. He squatted on that bitch. Just like Tony, you said, CJ said he didn't backpedal fast. He slowed down his pace and he squatted on the route because he wasn't worrying about him going deep.
He knew exactly what he was going to be running.
Yeah. Let me read the super chat from J Rock Sticky real quick. $2 super chat. Hey, J Rock, we appreciate that, man. He said, call them the Z-Max drag strip 4 wide, get to the QP. Hey, I know that's right. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see that NASCAR package. Let me say this. I hope Ivero is listening to us some way, somehow, and properly use the weapons that he has at his disposal when it comes to that NASCAR package. I don't want to see nothing conservative like we have seen consistently on third downs. Like, I know his record for third down conversion is not great. We were 31 last year in the league in a third down conversion rate. So that definitely has to go up, and that definitely reflects his play calling on third down. Like we was just talking about before, it could be 3rd and 8, but you got the corner sitting 12 yards. 12 yards, 4 yards back of the sticks. Like that didn't make good sense to me. It just didn't. You giving an easy layup to the wide receivers and the quarterback.
Can I
You know what I'm saying?
Can I expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know in certain situations, I want to say it was the Saints. If you could see, it's like they had a few people was pressing, then they had the number 3 on the inside was off. Can't remember who the defender was, but
was that before Corey Thornton got hurt?
That was this was the second Saints game.
Okay.
Yeah, Corey Thornton was already hurt by this point. I'm not sure who they had on that number 3.
So must have been Shaw Smith-Wade then.
Well, he would have probably been on the number 2 in the slot. I think it was a 3-by-1 formation. So he would have been on number 2 unless it was a big nickel with Morig down low. But I think they had he was either a safety or a linebacker that was on the number 3. He was the number 3 was a tight end. I can't remember. What may have been a receiver. But
okay.
What DCs do sometimes is they'll give an off look and have a defensive end drop into the hook curl, and then they'll have the linebacker, like he might be buzzed up in an A gap, like an A gap bluff, and he'll buzz out to get to the hook curl.
Gotcha.
And where we was getting beat at was over the middle. It was Rose Boom. Rose Boom wasn't coverage savvy enough because when you press third down when the pressure's coming, the easy throw is the hot read across the middle. So we basically tried to show that picture, you know what I'm saying? Give the quarterback that picture like, okay, this number 3 across the middle is going to be open. That's supposed to be Rose Boom play to make when they threw that little slant right there behind his head where he barely missed the ball. That happened a lot of times.
He didn't get enough. He didn't drop back enough to squeeze that throwing lane to keep them from being able to lob the pass over his head.
Yeah, that happened a few times that game. Even those deep in routes, like those skinny posts that Chuck kept throwing. And we was like, what Mike Jack doing? What the hell J.C. Horn doing? That was the linebacker supposed to be in that window. For those, you shouldn't be able to throw a frozen rope, you know what I'm saying, 15 yards down the field if you got a linebacker that's supposed to be in the hook curl right there. You see, so that's like the triangle of our defense is what people was attacking. When I say the triangle for the people in the chat, I mean nickel, safety, off-ball linebacker.
Off-ball linebacker, yeah.
That's the triangle of the middle.
Yeah,
and that's the easiest way to get your ass torched. Outside throws are harder.
Sometimes
like comeback routes and shit like that, corner routes, those are harder throws.
Yeah. And sometimes depending on the formation, especially if it's a 2x2, that's one of the formations where you can easily run palms. If you run palms to the field side, so now you got that triangle, and it's like it closes in the inside breaking route, and also keeps that safety that's over the top. He has an eye on the post route, or if it's a go route,
anything
something
deep,
like
exactly.
that. Yeah,
and what's crazy about that palms in any kind of four combo cover, where it be 6, 9 palms or just regular 4, that linebacker has to be a dog in coverage, bro.
Facts.
Because he has to be able to carry a crosser and then come back when the next crosser comes. Like that, they call people play Madden. It's called 3 receiver recognition. Like it's if you pull up the damn defense, it's called 3 rec, and that's basically talking about the number 3 receiver.
No idea.
Yeah, okay. They basically talking about your coverage is based on what the number 3 do. So if the number the tight end might start off as the number 3, but if he come off the ball and do an out route, he ain't the number 3 no more. Now the next guy inside is number 3. So while the routes are developing, the number 3 may change 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Because it's always typically that third receiver, you can almost say like he has options, like he's running a choice route based on the what the defense is showing him.
Yeah, because if he go across, say for instance, this is how the 3-rec work. If you the tight end, say we got tight end, slot receiver, outside receiver, 3-by-1 formation. The number 3
to the
is
field.
Yes, sir.
To the field. Okay.
So that tight end will be the number 3. Now, if that tight end goes across the field right now when the ball snap, whoever got the 3-rec, that's his work. He gone. You see what I'm saying? That's it. That's his coverage. But if he comes out and does an out, and then number 2 does the end, now the number 2 becomes the number 3.
Yep.
Then you got the running back. Then now the running back can get involved too.
Yeah, it's almost like they banjoing the coverage
on the fly.
On the fly, yep.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen. I dropped a link, J Issue. I think you was talking about to my Patreon page. T Code.
That's why
this is where I know you.
Oh my bad.
I know
go
you.
Ahead.
Hold on. This is where I know you'd be valuable to the Patreon family, man. This is where we're going to have deeper discussions like we're talking now, but we're going to have actual film that we could look at. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you were breaking down film, you know, after the season or after a game or something like that. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing with the Patreon. So we're going to be doing the analyzing film, breaking it down, looking at schematics, looking at technique. Over there, I'm going to have college and pro, and these are not highlights; these are actual game footage. I know everybody pretty much got NFL Plus, but I promise you, ain't nobody got the college film like I do. So, if you got a favorite player or a favorite team, somebody that you think the Panthers should draft next year, or somebody that we should look at or whatever, hey, just let me know. But you have to be a member in the Patreon, whether it's the film access or the VIP. Okay, so if you get a chance, scan that code. I just dropped it in the chat. Take a look at all that it has to offer, and I'll greatly appreciate it, and just join the family. I know by Monday, the people that are members right now are going to get a behind the scenes, excuse me, a behind the scenes look of everything that I got going over there, what to expect when game 1 of the season kick off. So I definitely got some things I haven't even talked about or shown anybody just yet. So, but you have to be a member to see it, because the members will get it first. Yeah. Go ahead, Tico. Will, go ahead. Will, you got something, Will?
No, I was just to say I'm about to drop off, fellas. I got to get my day started. Got to get some stuff done around this house. You know, the 4th coming up. You know how it is. The wife want the stuff put together and everything, and get and I was supposed to go for a run, but I think I'm gonna be lazy today and not do this run, because I think that sun gonna be out around noon, and I don't want y'all to be reading about me in the paper.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't. I don't want to have to Google you.
Pedialyte, Will.
I don't want to have to Google you. Hold up, my boy just popped in. Shout out to Bishop Moon Pie in the build, aka Lee Demetrius Hunter. What's going on, my dog?
Bishop Moon Pie. Damn.
Yeah, what's going on, brother Sheep here? Brother Sheep here. That's his name. And you know, I'm grateful, guys. I last night I didn't get off work until about.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you was going in and out for a minute, but we can hear you now.
My son keep calling me. I didn't get off work till almost 10 o'clock last night, and I want to go live and talk about some good old stuff. And
what's on your mind?
Man, these people be lying on John Mechie. They be lying.
Talk about it, PPP.
They just be lying.
You got two brothers that truly watch film on these boys. So let's talk about it.
You know, when I watch John Mechie and I see what he's done thus far, I think the issue that many people have is the stats that he's accomplished over the past 4 or 5 years or whatever, however long he's been in the league. But you can't look at that and overshadow the fact of him being sick, down for a year, and him being, almost in a sense third with Houston as a wide receiver. Because I mean, we have the conversations over here all the time that a third wide receiver 3, only gonna get you about what 350 yards maybe a year, if that.
Yeah.
So it's like, how are y'all overlooking that? But you'll have the conversations on other podcasts, about what we think Leggett is going to do, and him being a third, a number 3 wide receiver. Like, I don't get it, and this is why I get frustrated a lot of times on these shows, because when I debate from a place of facts, but also logic at the same time. And it's like, how can you logically say that John Mechie is one of the worst pickups that the Panthers can, acquire this year, when the contract was very, very team friendly? We know he can play. We know he can
very
play.
team friendly.
We're not asking John Mechie to come in and be the 2 or the 1.
PPP. I don't think they know he can play it. I don't think they PPP. You got to understand, people don't watch film and go back and research, and they ain't like us, bro. So when I keep telling people to pull up Mechie highlights, I know it's a small sample size, but in the context of it all, you got to see the DBs that he's beaten, the quarterback that he was playing with. He was playing with Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. And you can see when Tyrod Taylor came in the game, he got off a little bit more. He was even getting off with Justin Fields. He was beating Marlon Humphrey like a damn drum in the slot, bro.
Yeah.
That's a perennial DB.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Was.
And I wanted to ask y'all this, because y'all in the sector and y'all do this for a living, you know what I'm saying, in your free time or whatever, how the case may be. Like, when it comes to YouTube and striking, and the type of things, that the content that you can show, like, how you have a content creator on YouTube that will make a highlight show. Like, aren't y'all able to play those? Like, long as it's not an NFL film.
I'll let PPP talk about that more.
Yeah, you would have to do it as more of an educational. Like it would have to be deemed as an educational show, rather than you just showing highlights. So there's a certain amount of time.
When I'm saying like a highlight reel, like if you pull up John Mechie and you say John Mechie highlights, all of them aren't from the NFL. Some of them are from regular content creators, like they uploaded stuff like y'all.
Yeah, the issue is, I'm sorry, the issue is when we was running all 22 and doing that, they was cracking down on us running all 22. And I don't know if it's only because of, certain partnerships that certain podcasters can do it and some can, or if that person is monetized or not, because you don't know if that person is monetized. And if you're not monetized, that's really the whole issue. Like, you don't want to be demonetized, so you don't do it. You know what I mean? So
that's one of the main reasons why I set up the Patreon page like I did. It wasn't so much that I was that I'm scared of NFL content, because I mean, I'm cool with that, you know what I'm saying? But me just starting out, I know how YouTube is strict when it comes to that, and so I don't want to burn the bridge before I even pull up to it, you know what I'm saying? But I know with Patreon, making it private and making it for my members. A lot of people pull up highlights and they don't show you in depth or the quote unquote teaching aspect of it. With me,
it's not an all 22. It's not an all 22 on a lot of those guys' channel or whatever.
Right.
I was just trying to understand the difference between like a title, something that's coming directly from the NFL, or like an all 22 that I know will get a strike, versus something like, say, like if you pull up John Mechie highlights, like some people got PR and like videographers, a video like a normal videographer that just uploaded his video to YouTube. Like they strike those type of things too. Not NFL content, like personal content.
You talking about college content?
Now, even NFL content that's done by non-NFL people, that's done by regular people. Like when I pull up John Mechie, like there's like 4 or 5 highlights, and it has nothing to do with NFL at all. It's normal people that's, you know what I'm saying, that's probably was Alabama fan, or you know what I'm saying, somebody that was a Jets fan or a Houston Texans fan or a Houston Texans podcaster that uploaded, you know, John Mechie highlights throughout, you know, you see what I'm saying?
This is what me and CJ learned when we were doing Two Fans in the Stands. You know, YouTube has this Fair Use Act that you can they may strike your channel, but if you tell them that you are using it for educational purposes, sometimes they say just draw one line showing that you're using it for that purpose. You know what I'm saying? You can combat it. You know, they might strike your channel or something like that, but the Fair Use Act, I think, the Fair Use Act, if that's what it's called, correct me if I'm wrong, PPP, you can utilize that, and then sometimes or most of the time they will take that strike off and then go ahead and let your video be monetized if you can at that time. I know it happened to us like twice, and CJ got it removed, and then we didn't have any more problems after that.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't see, like, I don't see what the issue would be if the person that uploaded the highlights, you see what I'm saying? He uploaded the highlight. Why they wouldn't be able to? I guess it may have something to do with like a live show versus something that was recorded. So you see what I'm saying? So I'm not sure everything that goes into the bylaws and everything like that, but I'm pretty sure YouTube got its way of damn making sure people can't get off like they trying to get off.
Yeah,
that's just how the business works.
Hey, Tony.
Welcome back, my brother.
Thank you, brother PPP. How you doing this morning? Dr. Cole, T. Cole, how you doing?
What's happening, Swan?
What's good, brothers? What's good? Hey, I had a question though, and I agree with you, Tony. And I wanted to take advantage of you guys.
Hey, Red.
What's happening, brother PPP? I wanted to take advantage on this. Go ahead, my brother.
Oh no! I just want to say I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I just want to say 448. That's all. Well, you know, we're getting close.
Yeah. I that joke has gotten kind of old with me. Matter of fact, when you said it, I thought that I'm kind of tired of saying 54. But you know, hey, two things can be true.
But you know what, Red? 54 never happened with y'all, so
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
448 happened.
You got a point.
It kind of matter.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of energy here. Now, I didn't come in here for all this.
You can't pull on nobody else's coattail now.
I'll tell y'all something.
That's only reserved for Seahawks fans.
Maybe y'all didn't hear the first part of the show. Y'all know I can get long-winded. Tony knows well what I'm going to go to as my standard on this. So I'm going to simply say, first 2 games of the year, Bryce Young. We play y'all week 2. So, listen, this is what I wanted to ask y'all about, and that does involve the Falcons. This is what I wanted to ask y'all about knowing what you're looking at when you see players, and then I'm going to draw it back to John Mechie. Is Jahan Dotson? What's your thoughts on Jahan Dotson?
He was pretty
Who
much
you
in the
at? Who
same
you asking?
situation.
Tico or me?
All three of y'all.
Go ahead, Tico. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I know about this all too well because I use him when we talking about Excel about former first round pick wide receivers that are on their third team.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about Jahan Dotson, he was actually drafted in the middle of the first round, and right, and the Washington Commanders pretty much got off of him early.
Mm-hmm.
So and then he went to
the Eagles.
He went to the Eagles, and now he's with the Falcons. But they recognize for him to keep getting opportunities, he must have something that people, you know what I'm saying, that still think that, you know, they can use him. You ain't getting jobs for it ain't no goddamn Salvation Army. So you ain't just getting jobs because they feeling sad for you. They feel like they like what they seen on film and they feel like you can help them out.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they may not have lived up to the expectations or they may not have been in the right situations with the team that they got drafted by, that doesn't negate their ability given in the right situation. And I think that holds true for Dotson and that holds true for Mechie as well, as far as opportunities, you know, and being in the right situation. So when people say Mechie haven't done anything or, you know, Dotson hasn't done anything, you got to realize that they never really had the opportunity. But when you know what a guy can do and you see film, like they were saying, like how Coker only played in 11 games, but you could see with the eye test that if he played 17 games and he got the same amount of targets as a number one receiver, we pretty much got two number ones. And, you know, like people can't, you know, like for certain, so it's almost like the ability gets thrown to the side because of they didn't have the opportunities that some of the other guys or their development probably or their talents haven't really been able to be showcased the way other guys hit the ground running. So when PPP was talking to Nick Gaskins, they didn't really want to. I think PPP totally said he was an honorable guy. so it was almost like PPP broke it down like to a T. Like he said, who has a playoff touchdown? Who has, you know what I'm saying? I can't break it all down for what PPP was saying, but everything that he was saying was on point. And the only thing that he lacked was targets and the opportunity. But you see what he done with his opportunities and the targets that he got. So
go ahead, PPP. You want to get in there?
No, that's I think Red one. I think that was Red. I was
just
Red about Jahan Dotson. Yeah.
I was a big Jahan Dotson fan when he came out of Penn State. If I don't know if people watched him his last two years at Penn State, but he went ape shit crazy, especially that last season. And I was hoping some way somehow that we would I was hoping that we drafted Jahan Dotson. Now for whatever reason, I'm pretty sure there's a multitude of reasons why he hasn't panned out in the NFL. I'm not quite sure because I haven't kept up with him. But just speaking on him coming out and watching his production, I don't know what. Yeah, Red. That's whatever you're doing, Red. That's coming through your end.
My bad.
Yeah. But I was really high on Jahan Dotson coming out of Penn State, but that's about all I can tell you about him. What you think about him, Red? What how do you see him fitting in Atlanta, and how do you feel about Zachariah Branch?
So I was wanting to get PP's perspective.
I'm here. I'm back. It kicked me out for some reason, Red.
I wanted to get your perspective on Jahan Dotson. If you've heard of him, what you think of him. And Tony, I got your question. I'm gonna respond, but I definitely wanted to get all three of you gentlemen's.
Yeah, no, I actually I know of Jahan Dotson. I haven't really paid him that much attention. I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
So in other words, he wasn't really a relevant wide receiver in your eyes. He wasn't on the radar since he's coming to the NFL, being drafted number 16 overall in the 2022 draft, ahead of a John Mechie, who was drafted in the second round for injury reasons. I definitely saw Mechie as a first round draft pick after that championship game against my Georgia Bulldogs. So I brought Dotson up to say this. I think that a lot of the criticism that I hear you debate with Panthers fans on about how you sort of glaze Jahan Dotson, and that's an intentional use of that word.
Red, I got someone coming in. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I hold that because I think it's fair for him to see if I'm going to be critical of him, to hear what I got to say. So I hold that.
Yeah, I know where you're going with it though, Red.
Yeah.
We on the same train.
Yeah, you got to see it, man. And I agree that he's been buried on the depth charts, but you
I said, niggas ain't giving out free checks, Red.
Yeah. And when I hear the glaze, sometimes it almost sounds like he might come in here and take he might come in here and take tech position. And I'm like, man, hold on, bro.
Yeah, I don't think nobody said. I don't think nobody said it like that, Red.
No.
Yeah, I'm back, Red. I'm sorry.
That was an over exaggeration on my part. I know nobody is questioning what.
Yeah.
PPP want to answer your question, Red. Go ahead, PPP.
Yeah.
What? Okay, real quick, Red. What was the question that you wanted to ask me? Because I didn't hear that.
So I think you answered it in reference to what you knew of and what you thought of Jahan Dotson. I just wanted to add that I think the situations are very similar.
Okay. Yeah.
Jahan Dotson was highly regarded coming out of college, much like Mechie was. High draft pick, both of them. Both of them had really good collegiate careers. And for various reasons, neither one of them, in my estimation, has lived up to their potential. Now, I think they have some of the same reasons which have impacted why they haven't been there. Being buried on depth charts. It's interesting that Mechie was behind Jahan Dotson on the Eagles depth chart last year. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I got a problem tenant getting ready to come up in here.
God damn.
All right, man.
All right.
God bless you.
I'm gonna go on mute because this ain't gonna be quick. She ain't gonna be that long.
Peace be still, PPP.
Peace be with you. And peace be with you.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
Doing good. How can I help you?
PPP, you forgot to mute.
Okay, it'll be posted by noon. We had a little system error that was going on, and that'll be posted by noon today.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Not that we ear.
Okay. Yep. So I'll take it once we know the actual full amount.
Go ahead, Red. I ended up muting myself. I was trying to mute PPP.
Okay, gotcha. So what I was trying to say is that I'm excited about Jahan Dotson. We don't have anybody, or haven't had. Well, I mean, Mooney was Mooney. Mooney had an exceptional year, then he had a down year. Ironically, I think he'll have a good year with the Giants because that's how he does. He'll have a year where he either goes over 1,000 or is right on the cusp of it, and then he'll have a down year where he'll have 300 yards and injuries. Then he'll have another good year, 800-900 yards. Then he'll have a down year, 300, 400 yards. So last year he had a down year with us. Year before he had a good year. I felt good about the pair, him and Drake London. We didn't really experience that last year. We went through a lot of change with Ray McLeod. Still don't know what the hell happened with that, and the firing of our offensive receivers coach. But
then y'all have Hollis.
Come on, Mac Hollins.
Oh yeah, the year before he was there when
A couple
Arthur
years before
Smith was there.
Mac in New England.
He been gone for a while.
He in New England. I don't think y'all should have got rid of him, Red. What you think about that?
Nah, they shouldn't have.
That was scrapping the Arthur Smith model.
Yeah, I see. He was victim of circumstance.
Yeah, Arthur Smith ran that. He ran that front five basketball. He ran that front five basketball.
How you doing?
Receiver skill here in Atlanta. He wanted everybody over 6'4".
You guys are
I think
residents?
we had four receivers that was 6'4" or taller. And that's not even including Kyle Pitts, man. So that was his thing. Got us to where we really didn't have any speed on the outside.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I got you with that.
Yeah, so I think they're turning that over. You know what I mean?
That's what I was telling people in Unk chat a few I want to say maybe a couple of days ago about how having those two big guys on the outside.
Yeah.
And not having nobody that can win quickly.
Yeah.
Those are the defenses that we struggled against. The defenses that had physical corners that could come up and press Tet and Coker and blitz are the teams we had trouble with because we didn't have no juice on the inside like a McCaffrey or a goddamn Jahmyr Gibbs or a Kyle Pitts
and Jimmy Horn, T-Cole. I think that and I ain't saying I hope y'all do. Of course I don't hope you do. But I think that they've got to develop a scheme for Bryce to find him on those quick off the ball underneath routes.
Exactly, bro. Like they got true. To, and hopefully Isaac will be like I feel like he's gonna be. I mean, I've always liked.
I hope he unlocked.
I've always liked his. I like him as far as for what I can see right now because the jury is out right now. The jury, we don't know what the fuck it's gonna look like.
Right.
But as far as his press conferences, like I like the way he break down shit and his personality and the way he look at things.
Who you talking about?
Isaac always be one of the best interviews when we have our press conferences, hands down.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get back to Brad Isaac, but go ahead, Red. Finish your question for.
I'm gonna be quick
PPP.
so PPP can jump in here. That segued me into the Jimmy Horn discussion. Segued me into Zachariah Branch real quick because I think they can do similar things. But I do know that Zachariah Branch is going to open up. We're going to have a true bubble screen with him. He's going to open up the underneath stuff, but he does have the ability to stretch the field. I expect for him to play a major role in our offense. Now, I don't know, as a rookie, if he going to get ahead coming out of the gates of Jahan, J-Dot, or ahead of Olamide Zaccheaus, who is a veteran returning to Atlanta, who's done pretty good things.
He probably Zaccheaus.
I think Zachariah Branch could be your number 2 before the season over with.
He can.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, Red. That damn Zachariah boy. Zaccheaus definitely gonna see his reps decline.
Hey, but Red, real quick before we go any further, go ahead and you and PPP finish y'all discussion.
Yeah, PPP. So my thing is that, and it may seem unfair because you haven't really, admittedly haven't really looked at J-Dot, but I think that the situations are very similar. And what I was saying is that just me listening to you, I think you're out over the skis a little bit. And I think, to me, the wiser approach would be a wait and see instead of expecting it to hit right off. Because I think the detractors are saying, I get the excitement that you're saying. I know that you're saying it's going to be a reunion of what they had at Alabama, but this is the NFL. And you got to wait and see how it comes together at the NFL level before crowning them and saying, this is going to work.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Red. What have I said about John Mechie and his role on the team for the Panthers? Have you heard me say what his role would be?
So I think I heard you say that you expect him to come in and be a number 2.
No, sir.
He
Okay.
said fourth at best.
Okay. Did I hear you say? Well, now hold on. Now I ain't listened to every conversation that you had. Let me start off by admitting that. But I know I heard one conversation where you said, "Yeah, hell, he might get 1,000 yards in Carolina." So what I'm trying to say is that I don't see no day of the week with Tet and with Coker, whereas the number 3 or as y'all just said, fourth at best, that he gonna be that much of a threat. He'll be a rotational at the bottom of the receiver court if he make the team.
Well. Let me say this, Red, because I think that you may have had me mistaken with someone else.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever declared that John Mitchell would have 1,000, because I believe he's going to be the type of guy that comes in, play in the slot. He's going to be utilizing out routes, quick slants, maybe an occasional crosser, maybe a dig here or there. But my appreciation to him being on this team is the fact of the continuity between him and Bryce, that they've already had since college. And he has shown in every place that he's been at that he has hands, he has great footwork, he understands spacing. All right. And with Ted McMillan and Jaelan Coker being the firm 1 and 2, there was nowhere in my mind that he would be, a 2, as you declared when I asked you. At best, with Chris Brazzell, he may be a 4, and that's at best. But his impact on the team will be felt because he is a veteran, because he is still quick, because he does have hands. So he will surprise a lot of people on the production that he will get because of that very reason. So I never declared 1,000, but I'm not saying 0 either.
Yeah, and I just look at it as the fact that with what we're paying him, he's a more polished receiver than XL is right now today, if we want to be technical.
Facts. That's big facts.
And I'm looking at it as the same kind of like they did with Renfro last year, even though he didn't pan out. I feel like Mechie gonna get the first rights of refusal, and it may be an instance to where Jimmy Horn may be inactive for the first few weeks, just like he was last year when they wanted to see if Renfro was going to goddamn pop or not. The vet, it's going to be kind of tight. I think we all can surmise that David Moore going to be here. So it's kind of come down to Horn, Mechie, and Tremaine at the end of the day. And shit, those joint practices, I guess, shit, everybody got to drop their nuts, and we gonna see what's gonna happen. That's what we want. Is that that type of competition, and us up here debating about who gonna be the 5, 6, and 7, and who gonna be inactive and shit like that. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be up to them boys to see what they can actually do when the motherfucking bullets start flying. And I guess we can take it from there. But yeah, I like Red was saying as far with Jahan Dotson, the same holds true with Mechie. Like the Eagles traded for him. So no matter what, you see what I'm saying? Like it ain't. You see what I'm saying? Like even like I was saying as far as about how people ain't organizations ain't giving out free checks, and they ain't signing people to for a charity case. Like it ain't by mistake that he went from Houston when he didn't even really do shit and the Eagles still wanted him.
Right.
The Eagles.
I think people.
And
hold
then
on,
the
real
Jets
quick.
traded, and then the Jets traded for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It ain't like he been on the street or he been at the house on the couch.
Right.
Right. Right. You know what though? I think people are not really paying attention to how Dave Canales and Brad Isaac and those guys are building out this wide receiver room. What is the one thing that we all say that Carolina really didn't have the first 2 years when it comes to Bryce Young outside of Adam Thielen?
Speed receiver.
Weapons period. Pass catchers period. Target.
Thank you. Pass catchers. People that can actually catch the ball when it's thrown to you.
Yeah.
The first 2 years, Adam Thielen, in my opinion, was the only one.
Yeah.
The only one. So now you bring in Ted, natural hands catcher. You bring in Chris Brazzell. From everything that I've seen, he's a natural hands catcher. You bring in John Mechie. He's a natural hands catcher. David Moore was hurt last year, but you can depend on him.
David Moore is solid, bro.
Right. So I'm seeing a reoccurring theme with the wide receiver room, and my hope is that Bryce is able to take advantage of it, and that the coordinator, Brad Isaac and Dave Canales, combined, however they want to do it, is putting those guys in a position to where, we make more easier throws than tough throws. You know what I'm saying? And I believe those guys, because they know how to separate, they can create separation, natural hands catchers. You can depend on those guys. So I'm hoping to see that type of production this year. And I forgot to mention Jaelan Coker, but this dude ain't dropped the ball in 2 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So arguably you could say he got the best hands on the team right now.
Yeah. No,
I wouldn't argue with
you. Yeah. I mean,
contested catches,
that does not
tight windows.
Yeah.
He be snagging them holes.
And that does not diminish what Ted McMillan has done. It's just
not at all.
It's just the honest truth. Coker probably has the best hands on the team. You know what I mean? Okay. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. It is. So
336 said, who had hand problems in 23 and 24 besides XL in 24? Well, in 23,
he said hands problems.
Domingo. Yeah, hands problems.
DJ Moore, not
DJ Moore, DJ Chark. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he had, Terrence Marshall Jr. I retract that on DJ Chark, because he made some tough catches, but there were some catches that he dropped.
He was in the lineup that damn hamstring.
Yeah, so I mean, he did.
Y'all say hands. You mean no drops on catchable passes, on catchable balls?
Well, no. 9 times 10, you could just snag the ball out the air. You just snagging the ball out the air. You just catching the ball away from your body, extending that catch radius.
And the only reason I ask that is, and y'all know this better than I do. I admit that. So this is, you could either say that and frame what I'm saying as a question, but how do you deem if a guy has good hands or a poorly thrown pass, and he just didn't make a spectacular catch?
Yeah, see, I see where you're going with that, Rick, because I was that was one of the things that Bryce wasn't too good on his rookie year when he had Chark. Like, it was a few times that Chark had a step on his guy, and Bryce threw that.
And he was a rookie. Fair.
He was out of. He was pretty much throwing it to where nobody could catch it, instead of giving his receivers a chance. So I don't really blame Chark in those situations to where it was an uncatchable pass. You see what I'm saying? But it was like he was more comfortable with Adam, and it showed. And most of those routes was intermediate and short routes. And he wasn't real good on the deep pass, on the fade routes, like the routes up the sideline this first year. He just wasn't.
He wasn't. But man, let me tell you something. Year 2, when he came back from that benching, and that brother threw that ball to Coker on the sideline in Denver.
The Denver,
I said,
I know
hold
exactly
up.
where you went at. I know
said,
exactly where you was
hold
going.
up. And Coker extended out. I said, "Ooh, we got something. We got something."
Then he hit XL, beat goddamn Sertan on the slant route.
Yep. So he beat Sertan on the slant route. And see, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. If Xavier Legette, I guess we're getting ready to change gears. If Xavier Legette would have came in and didn't say just throw me the deep ball, and when the deep ball was thrown, he didn't do good, I probably would have been okay going into the season.
I know what you're talking about, PPP.
Yeah, because the stuff that we've seen him do that has been decent has been short passes where he's because Xavier Legette is fast. He's a fast guy. Once he gets the ball in his hands, but that deep ball stuff, that ain't him, bro. It just isn't. Just think about all the Xavier Legette highlights.
Not at the pro level.
No, not at pro level. Just think about all the Xavier Legette highlights that you can remember, like the one against Atlanta. That little it was like a play action, like kind of like a shovel pass thing, like to Xavier Legette. Like, bro, he does better when it's like less than 10 yards and he actually has grass in front of him. But he's not that burner, man. He just isn't. And I wish he wouldn't have said that. I just wish he wouldn't have said that. Yeah. 336. Just one deep ball, 336. Just one.
Let me catch up on some of these comments right here. Jay Issue said if Matthew wants it, he can for sure be our number 3 wide receiver over XL. A lot of people feel that way. You got some people that feel that way, Jay Issue. J Rock Sticky said CJ, I think that should be a Monday topic because we're spending a lot, it seems. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're talking about exactly, J Rock. Let me know in the comments. And that was probably a message that I sent because CJ is he's not even on right now. Don't forget, I'm streaming to both channels. My channel, Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. If you haven't subscribed, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Please subscribe to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell. And when you do that, select all. That's when you're going to get notifications, not when it says personalized. You got to hit that bell and select all to get the notifications. All right.
Tony, can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
Just real quick to the chat. Y'all make sure y'all monkey behinds go up there and click on that link and subscribe to my boy's page. I just want to say that. I
appreciate it. Broski Bear said Panthers don't draft route runners as part of the issue. Okay. 336 said who had I already read that. I already read that. All right. 336 said they weren't getting open. It wasn't drops.
Yeah, that's fact. Okay. Separation. Who's at the bottom in terms of separation?
Mingo, XL, Tech, and Brazzle aren't route runners. Well, I would definitely have to.
Whoa.
I definitely have to disagree when it comes to Brazzle and Tech. Now, if you said just Mingo XL, yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. But that's your opinion. That's my opinion. That's cool.
Tony, let me ask you a question.
And then there's truth somewhere in there, Tony.
Tony, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Red.
And I've heard this, and I don't know, but I've heard this in a number of places on the Chris Brazzle thing. And I think even he has come out in opposition to say that he could do more than what they featured him as at Tennessee. So that last comment, although I get it, my assumption is, and I could be making an ass out of you and me by making an assumption, but y'all know how that goes. But I'm assuming that you're saying that's an old take on Brazzle because he played. What did he play before? Did he play at Tulane?
Tulane.
Yeah. And so there is tape that you can go because I know you dig through tape, Tony. There's tape that you could go look at.
I watched
and see where he did more than just run the go route at Tennessee, because that's more of Josh Heupel. That's just how Josh Heupel's calls his
that's
offense.
the gimmick of his offense. Yes.
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I got. So I agree with you.
I've said a number of times, listen, I get everybody's want to be cautioned when we talk about Brazel, and because he came from Tennessee and the type of gimmicky offense that Josh Heupel runs. I get it. But I will ask you to go back and watch his tape at Tulane, especially his redshirt freshman season when Darian Mensah was his quarterback and when Mekhi Hughes was the running back. And those three together put Tulane on the map. And just pay attention to the routes that Chris Brazel was running. So Chris Brazel is not somebody that doesn't know how to run the route tree. Some offenses that you play in may limit you in running the full route tree because that's their system. But that doesn't tell the full story about the wide receiver. And then furthermore, on top of that, Chris Brazel's dad played in the NFL, played wide receiver. So whatever work he didn't get at Tennessee,
he got at home.
I'm willing to bet that his dad is giving it to him at home. So
right.
Like again, I understand some people reservations, but if you haven't watched him when he played at Tulane, I would just advise you to do so, and maybe that will help shape your opinion on the young man. But
for sure,
I get your reservation. Yeah, go ahead, Tico.
Yeah, and one thing that does translate and that people can't really argue against is his abilities that were highlighted, by Dan Morgan, Canales, and Tillis, as far as about him being like acrobatic at the catch point and being able to stay on his feet in one-on-one situations. That translates. So whether you feel like he was a system guy or not, you don't just go deep on Georgia 3 times and come down with the ball and you ain't got no goddamn dog in you.
You damn right. Kirby, because you might get away with it once, but Kirby gonna cuss some boys out on the sideline. Yeah. You do it 2 times and 3 times, that's your ability. That ain't Georgia trying to stop you. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like that definitely it won't like what's the nigga name? What was his name? Was it Dante Thornton last year? I think he was one of my sleepers last year, the one that went to the Raiders.
Wide receiver
from Tennessee.
Dante
yep.
Thornton.
And it might not have been Dante, but I think his last name is Thornton. He was one of those guys. He was 6'5". He ran damn near 4.2, and he went like in the 5th or 6th round. And he was like one of my sleepers.
I think I know who you're talking to, but I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, he went to the Raiders.
Yeah.
But he was wide open on his balls last year.
Yeah.
Like he was just the ball snap. He take off running, and the DB be out that bitch in quicksand. He you know what I'm saying, strike up the band type shit.
Yeah. Well, I ain't putting some players in the NFL too. I just saw that last comment. My bad, Tico.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, you good. I was just saying.
What's that? That one,
Ray? The one before Tulane had been on the map. So.
Oh yeah,
yeah. For sure. They okay.
I mean, they not a power team, but I'm saying for the size of their school, it look like every year they have at least.
I mean, they
solid players coming to the league.
No, they had a really good dual threat quarterback. What was it? Was it Toomey? I think Toomey started at Tulane. I'm trying to remember. Did he transfer in? I can't remember. Did he transfer in or transfer out? But they had 2 really good dual threat quarterbacks, and when they was playing lower FCS schools, I think in the American Conference, which they're in, yes, they were playing good, but it wasn't in my opinion to that year Darian Mensah, Mekhi Hughes, and Chris Brazel, like really put them boys over the hump. Because I can't remember, so I'm not even gonna say it. But they played somebody in the bowl game, and I can't remember if they beat them or they really showed that they belong from that bowl game. And then because after that season, both Chris Brazel and Darian Mensah and Mekhi Hughes left Tulane.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I know I made some comments that sound like, for Falcons fans may have issues with comments that I made today, but I just remind you I am on Unbiased. So I'm trying to check myself and not come in here with no biased conversation. I'm trying to remain the unbiased.
Red Swarm. We don't believe, man. We don't.
PPP, that's right.
I see what you did there, Red.
Thank you. See, Tony, we ain't listening. We pumping it, bro. Unbiased sports talk. That's right.
PPP, go ahead, man. What you got?
Yeah. We don't believe nothing Red says. No, I'm just playing. Red, my boy, man. That's my boy, man. But,
I love you,
yeah, man. Shout out to Red. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to T Cole. I don't care what anybody says. The first person that I'm going to always refer to when having conversations about football, and I'm going to take a back seat, it's going to be T Cole. I don't care what nobody say. T Cole, he been in locker rooms. He know the lingo. He know the language. Even though I may have my my position on it or whatever, I'm gonna refer back to that brother. Now, if it's something that's subjective, of course, me and Tony, me and T Cole will go back and forth with each other.
For sure, because I ain't got all the answers, man.
Yeah. But you know what? I live by that saying: going there can't tell been there how to get there.
All right.
Already, look, god damn. Go ahead,
Yes.
I wish I had something on the bell or something. I ring the bell or something.
The collection plate going around.
He out here dropping jewels right now.
When you drop a phrase that get Tony attention, when Tony sit up, when half a dozen
that was a whole bar.
Six in the other, you done said something, boy.
Talk to him, Red. Talk to him, Red.
Yes, sir. You done said
something. Tony got some phrases. I'm about to shake a little honey from the tree. That's a good one there. I love that.
Hey, you know what? I've always said it. I said so. How that metaphor came about is what I do every day. What I try to do when I'm on other people podcasts is challenge the mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to shake your mind and see what we can get out of you. You know what I'm saying? So that's where that shake a little honey from the tree comes from. You know what I'm saying? Like you ask a question and somebody gives you an answer, but there's no context or no real evidence behind it. They just saying something to be saying something. Nah, I'm trying to force you to go a little deeper. Why do you believe what you believe? You know what I'm saying? Why you standing on? Yeah. Well, it's not, you know what? It's not even so much trying to throw a monkey wrench. I'm just trying to get you to verify why you feel the way you feel. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
In conversations nowadays, like today, or like we have been all week, because one thing I'm not going to put up with is personal attacks, fighting, all this kind of stuff. But we've been having grown man conversation for 4 hours, over 4 hours. Nobody disrespected nobody. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't calling nobody out their name. I don't believe that's how conversations are held. You know what I'm saying? That's not how I choose
respect
to handle conversations. We can debate. We can talk shit. You know what I'm saying? We troll a little bit or whatever. But it's just football. And when it gets outside of football, that's where I have a problem with it. Because it's like, why we doing all this when the initial question was about XYZ? Now we done spent 30 minutes or an hour fussing and fighting about nothing. That makes no sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
So, men, Tony, I agree with you.
So I can't control what nobody else do on their channel. I don't even do that. You know what I'm saying? But over here, I always tell people, read the room when you come in and match the energy. That's all you gotta do. And we can have a good old time just like we have had all week. So that's my goal. I know 7 a.m. is early for a lot of people. People don't want to hear that shit. It's too damn early in the morning. They ain't even had their coffee yet.
That's
You know what I'm saying? So
how you mad at breakfast?
Yeah, see, I be having my opinions about certain things and the way certain shit go down. But with me, how I try to control what I can control.
Right.
And that cuts down on a lot of stress. I think a lot of people need to practice that more. You know what I'm saying?
Especially us, Tico.
You know what I'm saying? Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's like every now and then you may see me or hear me.
I see you backstage, Nick. Hold on, I gotta drop somebody off.
I'm gonna let him get up here so y'all can have Panthers talk. I just wanted to say this as I jump out of here, Tony. T Cole, man. I know we've seen each other other places. I was pointed on thick, and you was like, "Red, chill out with that." So, hey, man, I really appreciate you in the link.
Yeah.
It's good to see you up here, Brother Prime. PPP, I just found out yesterday you was from the Poke and Bean Projects. But that's another story.
You know what, Red? You ain't shit. You ain't shit, Red.
I'm not from the Pork and Bean Projects. I actually lived in Robin Hood, which is 95th and 14th.
I did not say.
Hey, Red was jigging at you and me because I made that comment last night on Quan Don show. I said, oh, PPP from the I called you Lead Demetrius Hunter from the Pork and Bean Projects.
From the Pork and Bean, yeah, right.
It was an inside joke, PPP.
Oh,
yeah.
PPP.
Yeah.
By the way,
I know you ain't from Pork and Bean, dog.
Yeah. By the way, with all that beautiful South Carolina State education that you got, let me say this again for you, Red Swan. I did not say Pork and Bean Projects.
Okay.
No, that was me.
No. I just said it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I said Poke and Beans.
Oh.
Don't get it twisted.
Poke.
I said Poke and Beans.
Ain't no R in it, bitch.
Ain't no R in there nowhere. PPP know they don't say no doggone Pork and Bean Projects down south.
Yeah.
They say Poke and Beans. That's right. So
Yeah. But that's where I came from. I had them rolling last night, PPP at your
and it
at your
wasn't in no
expense.
disrespectful manner. It wasn't in no disrespect.
Nah. That's my dude. I ain't never disrespecting my guy. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna slide out of here, man. Listen, brothers.
Right.
Thank y'all. Sincerely, thank y'all. I have enjoyed this. I hope that I've added at least something to the content, even unbiased. But I hope y'all have a great Independence Day. Eat plenty food. Stay cool, because that heat is taking lives out there, y'all. Stay cool.
Yeah.
And man, I hope to speak with you brothers again soon, man.
All right, Red, hold it down, my boy.
All right, man. Let's see and get Nick up here.
What up, man?
Nick, what's going on, man?
What's up, Tone? What's up, fellas? Hey, I need that Where's that Patreon link, man?
Hold on, let me drop it for you. Hold on.
Yeah, put that in the private chat or something. What's going on, Tone? How you doing?
Hold on, real quick. Let me give a shout out to Tip Drill Will Robinson for the $5 super chat. He said, "Good point. Opinions are good, but sometimes people just be talking and are master complainers." That's a fact. And I stand on that. Listen, when I go to other channels, whether it's PPP channel, Unk channel, 704 CJ channel, I'm always pay respect and be cordial because I want the same in return. I give what I expect. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna go on PPP channel, no disrespect. 704 CJ or whoever channel I'm on, because that's how I carry myself. You know what I'm saying? So I try to reciprocate the type of love that I want to receive.
Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, my boy.
Yes, sir.
You are like the goddamn Clear Eyes guy. You monotone personality. Your shit, you ain't never switched up. You ain't never switched up. I'm talking about from podcast to podcast. From troll to troll. You don't let that shit get under your skin.
Nah, I try to. I don't know the be but one way. That's me, man. I don't put on no show or shaking no tail feather for nobody. I'm too old for that shit. I done been through too much
Yeah, you
to
mess around
try
and
to be
slip your
somebody I'm
leg
not.
out trying to shake something.
We done threw that hip out.
Threw that
Y'all
hip
know
out trying to
what?
shake something.
Hey Nick, I just put it in the chat. The link to the Patreon page.
Hey Tony,
Check
can I
it
say
out,
this real
man.
quick?
Yeah, go ahead, PPP.
Now, I'm a very, very, very peaceful person. I am. I don't get dramas and stuff like that. But I'm a hood dude at the same time, Tony. And I like a little hood action every once in a while. So
I hear you.
I let grown men do what grown men gonna do until they get violent. Like if you just talking back and forth, and I always say this all the time. Like I ain't gonna stop two grown men from, going at each other and trying to debate their stuff and they may drop a little this here, a little that there, but as long as you ain't talking about unaliving somebody, then we good. Once you start doing that, then I drop you from the stage. Like, all right, you showing out now. You doing too much. But I do think that
Yeah.
there is it's a healthy blend of that can be done. Um, and I don't you know what Tony said he don't like it. Tony be putting popcorn in the chat. Tony be eating.
That's my way of trolling. I be trolling like a motherfucker now. Don't get it twisted. I be trolling like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. But unless the boys talking about meeting up and doing that, listen, you ain't about to meet up on no YouTube stuff. You ain't about to do that. It
I'm
ain't
not
even
I'm
that
not I'm
serious.
not even gonna get into that.
Yeah,
You-
you hear what I said when I said I had my own opinions about shit, but I just stayed.
yeah.
Yeah, it's plenty of shit I could say, but it wouldn't resonate. I might as well just keep it to myself.
Keep it to
Yeah.
yourself.
Well,
Yeah, man.
I hope I'm creating I'm hoping I have created an environment where people feel like they can come on here, give their opinion, whether I agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. Your opinion is your opinion. You know what I'm saying? So come speak your piece, be heard, and we can have a back and forth, a debate, discussion, or whatever. We just gotta we don't need to put the personal attacks and all this other stuff. And secondly, I know I probably haven't said this before, but definitely no disrespect to women, whether they in here or not. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I have a little sister, I have a niece. So all I would say to people, just imagine what you don't want somebody to say to your mama or your sister or your wife or your girlfriend or your child. Be that person. Be that person that you don't want somebody else to do. If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying. I don't deal with that. I don't get down with that. So
Makes
yeah,
total sense, my
oh
brother. Makes total
yeah, but over
sense.
here, yeah, man. Hey, everybody can come and speak their piece, friend or foe. Y'all see what I
Ugly
did
or
there?
not.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So anybody got? Oh, so what's up, Nick? You ain't said anything, Nick. What's popping?
What
No,
up,
I'm
Tri-State?
just letting y'all rock out. I'm just chilling right here.
Nah, go ahead, my guy.
What's the
Go ahead, and get in
what's
there.
what's been the topic today?
Well,
We've been
oh,
talking
go
about
ahead,
just
people.
how much of an MVP Bryce is going to be this season.
Well,
No,
it's
we
very
ain't. No,
possible.
Nick. No, hell, we haven't. We have not had that discussion over here. Don't
Okay.
let PPP lie to you. We've been talking about the offense and the defense, and is the minimum standard being a playoff contender or being in the playoffs. So the last topic that we talk about, I'll just give you the argument real quick. I ain't gonna go through the whole spiel. But the question was, shit, where it go? Oh, that it? No, that's it. Here we go. Given Carolina's investment in Devin Lloyd and Jaelan Phillips and the defensive front, does the Panthers defense now have enough talent to be held to a playoff level standard. What say you?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
We're one of the few teams in the league who have a cornerstone defensive player at each level. We have one on the D line, we have one in the linebacker room, we have one in the secondary. You look around the 32 teams in the league, there's probably only a handful of teams that could truly say they have like all legit Pro Bowl caliber players at that level. I think when you add the guys I'm alluding to are Derek Brown, Jaelan, Devin Lloyd, and J.C. Horn. But then when you add guys like Trayvon Moehrig, Jaelan Phillips, and ascending Mike Jackson, Big Lee Hunter add to the mix, and ascending Nick Scorton. I mean, that's 8 out of the 11 guys I just named. Those are legitimate Pro Bowl caliber players, possibly. And Lee Hunter, I think, he's going to make an impact day one. I think it's very, very realistic and possible. We're talking about a guy who was top 10 percentile in pressures as an interior D lineman last year in college.
Right.
I think it was like 92nd percentile.
Hold that thought, Nick.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this earlier, so I want to get your opinion on it. And just put a GM hat on for me. Say not GM. Say you're a defense coordinator. What do you think? What would be more important? What would be more important to you as a defense coordinator? Pressure or sacks?
Oh man.
Yeah, they got me too, Nick.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one, Tico, because it's like it's a production-based business. Edge guys get paid off sacks, but then it's also like pressures could lead to more things. You know what I mean? A pressure could lead to a fumble. A pressure could lead to a throwaway. A pressure could lead into an interception. You know, there's so many things a pressure could. There's so many domino effects that could happen off of a pressure, where it's like you don't. It's such a hard question to answer, bro. I ain't even gonna lie.
Okay. Why are you trying? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Rock out.
No, I'm gonna say why are you trying to ponder on that question?
Yeah,
Let me
I need
ask
more
you this
time.
other question. Then
I'm trying to bail out and give myself some more time.
Okay. Which one do you think is more consistent, pressure or sack?
Consistent is pressure.
Right.
Consistent. If you consistently keep getting pressure, it's going to speed up the clock in that quarterback's head, and it'll turn into paranoia. You know what I mean? If you're constantly pressuring, like I always allude to Justin Herbert in the playoff game, he had 32 dropbacks, right? 31 out of them he got pressured. You think Tony T. Cole PPP? Don't you think by about the 15th dropback, Justin Herbert was in his mind thinking, "Shit, I got to get this ball out fast." You feel me?
Talk your shit, Nick. Talk
You
your
feel
shit.
me? Like he was thinking, "Shit, I got to get rid of this fast, dog," and you're gonna get paranoid, bro, and that will lead to turnovers. You know what I mean? It all depends on the quarterback, Tony. As crazy as it sounds, like what quarterback are we going against? You know what I mean? Is it a Brock Purdy where when he gets flustered he'll start throwing shit up, or will it be like an old school type player, or like Josh Allen? He'll start forcing it. But then you got guys like Matt Stafford or something who's not going to force the issue. He's going to be a veteran and throw it away. You know what I mean? So, but pressures, man. If you constantly pressure a quarterback, that leads to way more positive things. Whereas a sack is a sack, no doubt. But you can get a sack through a pressure. You can get an interception. There's so many more variables that can happen through a pressure.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So does that help you answer the initial question that I had?
Yeah. Honestly, it's like this. It's like this, Tony. Because I look at it like this. It's like, all right, a quarterback drops back 40 times. He only gets sacked 3 times, and he got pressured 5 times, right? But then that same quarterback could get dropped back 40 times. If he gets pressured 15 to 20 of those times, I could assume that those pressures could hold more weight than those 3 sacks. You know what I mean? Like it can be very
Ain't
fair.
that what I said earlier? Tico?
Yep.
Oh, you did?
Sure.
No shit. See, great minds think alike, Tone. Great minds think alike, dog.
I've been giving that same analogy when the conversation comes up, whether here or on other platforms. And I'm gonna stand by that. I know the sacks are definitely beneficial when we're talking about individual play or individual play, but when those sacks don't affect the whole defense in a good way, like to me, those sacks are really like empty calories. Like I said, Myles Garrett broke the record last year. Cleveland won 4 games.
That's a great.
Brian Burns had 16 and a half sacks. The
How
Giants
many of
won
them? How
4
many of them were
games.
important? I feel what you're saying.
Yeah. So, when it comes to that, because one game you can have no sacks. And everybody goes through that. Some games you may get 1 or 2. You may get off and get 5 to 7 sacks. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But it's not consistent. But if I can get to the quarterback each and every game, and out of 65 plays, and you drop back 30, and I can get to you 20 of the apply pressure. I ain't gonna say get to you, but if I can apply pressure on at least 20 of those drop backs, like you said, Nick, if I'm getting at least 20 pressures, I should be getting some sacks that follow that.
Yep.
But the pressures are more consistent than the sacks because you got to get pressure in order to get sacks. And I don't think people really comprehend when I say that. Pressure leads to sacks. You can't get sacks without the pressure.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And like you said, there are such thing as empty calorie sacks, bro.
Damn right.
Like there's absolutely such thing as it. You
And
know,
you got to see
I've
with the
watched so
damn
many games.
Seahawks. You got
Yeah.
with the Seahawks. Nobody had double digit sacks on the Seahawks.
But every
But they had
time
a
you watch
lot of
them play, T.
motherfucking
Cole, it
pressure.
was like they got a big sack at an opportune time.
I
Exactly.
did
Yeah.
not. So
Yeah.
nobody was a double digit sack getter for Seattle last year.
No, sir.
But
Wow.
they
didn't know
lifted
That was
that
a
damn
team effort.
backfield.
You remember we was talking about the pass rush lanes and everybody just staying home and closing the door on the quarterback.
Playing your position. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Chaos. It was chaos. Whether they got the sack or not, mother was back there panicking. like Nick said. I'll be back like, oh shit.
What else you got, Nick? Hold on. I know what. Let me go up to the second question, because the second question was dealing with the offense, and we really was talking about what Brad is it, Dave Canales and Bryce, what to expect, so to speak, this year. But let me give you the debate question. So the question was, given Bryce Young's development, the added receiving talent, and the offensive scoring issues last season, is the Panthers offense now out of excuses?
That's tough. That's tough. My fault. My daughter came up to me. I put her on to Michael Jackson. She can't stop, bro. She
That's
loved
cool.
Michael Jackson now.
What's up, Freddie? Thank you for popping up, man. What's good?
Hey,
Good morning.
Ariana, go
Good
ahead. Do the
morning.
Michael Jackson.
Good morning. I would like to say I've been in the chat listening. I heard some interesting comments. Someone said Ted's not a route runner. I disagree with that one. But good morning, Tony. How are you doing?
Well, it's 7:30 at night where I'm at, so good morning.
Well, for you it's good evening. For the other fellas, it's good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm good, dog.
You said the question was, Tone, as far as the offensive excuses this year, in regards to the offense.
That's the question. But hold on, let Freddie finish saying what he was saying.
I would like to say that to answer the defensive question, as T. Cole brought up, it is based on more chaos than it is sacks, because chaos can generate sacks. And as we mentioned, Seattle lived in the backfield, and literally they created more havoc than anybody in the NFL, just like Houston. Houston did nothing but create havoc. And really, they was like, when you have two guys on both sides with two different skill sets and can get off the line, it's just really like two things can be true. You don't get the sack, but you get the pressure, and you pretty much walk sacks into the other person. That's why I say that some pass rushers are
Cleanup
force
sacks.
multipliers. Exactly.
Yep.
Some pass rushers are force multipliers.
Mm-hmm. It's a fact.
So that's
It's
the
a
way
fact.
I look at it.
That's
So
1000% a fact.
let me repeat the question for you, Nick.
Uh-huh.
Say, given Bryce Young's development, the added receiving talent, and the offensive scoring issues last season,
Hmm.
is the Panthers offense now out of excuses? Nick, you go first,
Um,
and then I'll get Freddy's.
I think, right. We grown men here, right? Excuses are whack, right? I
Right.
think, but I think context matters as well. I think Bryce going into now what his fourth year.
Yeah.
I think Brad Idzik. The question is, right, like what type of impact will he have? What type of impact will Daryl Bevel have in the play calling? And I'm a firm believer in. I always like to show love to the OGs. I respect the OGs and I respect their vision. A guy like Daryl Bevel, I got faith in that, right? I think Brad Idzik's a young up and coming play caller. His father was a GM in the NFL, so the
Mm-hmm.
NFL is in his blood. I think that we will have a great offensive season. I think the offense is going to look better than it ever has been with Dave Canales calling plays. To be honest, and I'm super optimistic this
I
year.
agree. I would say
Super
Okay,
optimistic.
go ahead, Freddie.
I would I would like to say, like, with the play caller, and well, the offense is out of excuses, especially if everyone is healthy. As Nick said, there has to be context to everything. If everyone's healthy, there are absolutely no more excuses. And that's the way that I would say. And I would also like to stand on the fact of, I think addiction by subtraction, meaning taking Dave Canellis away from play calling, will actually help us rather than hurt us. I
Hmm.
Yeah, I
think
believe
I
that too.
so I also I go by that phrase, as you guys taught me, addition by subtraction. So that's something I go off of.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, 8336. I agree with you. Nick danced around the damn question. He
Oh,
didn't say
no,
whether the excuses or
because
not.
I don't believe in that shit. You know what? If you're in your fourth year now, if you're going into your fourth season, the excuses stuff is out the door. When you're a rookie, it's like, all right, the
But it's
game
not.
can be a little too
It's
Hmm.
just not
fast.
about.
You know
But
what
it's
I
just not
mean?
about the quarterback. We're talking about the offense altogether, based off of the accomplishments that we had last year, making it to the playoffs, and the added weapons the offense now has through off season and through the draft going into the 2026 season.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay,
There's absolutely no excuses. Zero, zero. And
bet.
and
I agree.
yeah, I think a
You
Yeah,
healthy
know,
Jonathan Brooks will be key for us this
I
year.
think healthy everything will be key to this season, because
True, true. But I
the
think we
thing is,
need that running game, man. We
we
need an
damn sure
explosive
need
running game,
we
dude. Because like
a
I was trying to explain to those guys on the 704 show yesterday, shout out to AC Twan and all them, but it's like you can't have a running back whose longest run was 14 yards last year, man. Like that's just
added
not.
some juice to that running back room is
We
definitely
need
needed.
exactly. We need
yeah,
We
explosive
definitely need
plays,
that
bro.
Yeah,
We
juice.
need
and
it.
even
We
more than
need
that,
it.
Nick, what I was telling the guys earlier today was that the defenses that we struggle against is because we don't have that juice in the middle. We don't
Exactly.
Right,
have guys, the guys, the physical corners on the outside that can press Tet and Coker and not make them win right away. And now Bryce got to look for something else.
right,
To
and
beat a
also
team
Who
like
who
Seattle or the
who is
Rams, you're
that?
gonna
Who
have
is
to
that?
run the ball.
Hold on,
Exactly.
Nick. Hold on, Nick. Go
Who is
ahead,
that? Who is
Tico.
that something else that he can look to when he drop back? If Tet trying to get off the press, Coker trying to
hmm
get off the press. Now he looking at Trumbull or goddamn or Chuba, and you
right,
seen what happened in Seattle.
hmm
Even the DBs was on the receivers, and every time he dumped it off, it was an instant tackle. We didn't have nobody that could make a motherfucker miss, bro. We
right.
have
It's a
no juice
fact.
for him. We have no bailout juice. You got to have
Facts.
Hey,
a belt. You got to have somebody like a McCaffrey or a Gibbs
yes.
that can run an angle route or
In
run a
those
swing route,
situations, you
That could
make a
damn
turn
sure
motherfucker
chicken
do.
shit into
miss.
chicken salad.
Exactly. Make a
Hey, hey,
motherfucker
hey,
miss and
hey,
get
yo,
like
T
10 or
Cole.
15 yards, bro. We didn't have that.
Yeah.
Chuba
If
ass
you
catch the
watch
ball
the,
in the flat and get tackled immediately.
that's a
Hold
He
on,
ain't
fact.
Freddie.
making
Hold
nobody
on.
miss.
Yeah. I was
Go
gonna
ahead,
say, T
Freddie.
Cole, if you remember those Seattle games and the Rams games, they had Kenneth Walker. Whenever Sam Darnold needed that opportunity, it was Kenneth Walker to make guys miss, or really even Matthew Stafford in that
Or
sense. He
AJ
had
Barner.
exactly.
See, but that's the thing too, right, Freddie? Like Kenneth
Mhm.
Walker, yes, he can be a power back, but he's low key shifty as hell. Like he
He's
can
got that
make people
He's
juice.
been
miss.
shifty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
he
been
can make
fucking with
people
Kenneth
he's
Walker.
been
He
miss.
was,
shifty since Michigan State.
Yeah,
bro.
like
I
he's low
always
key
said he
shifty
should
as
have went
hell.
before goddamn your boy at Brees Hall.
That
He was way
and
better than
really
Brees Hall to
and
me.
and I agree.
Oh, Kenneth, you talking about Kenneth Walker?
Yeah, Kenneth
Yeah, when he
Walker.
first came out, I know he
When they
been
first
more.
came out of college, yeah, I
Yeah,
Yeah, Kenneth
agree.
Walker was
Yeah.
better than Brees.
Bro,
I
I'm a
ain't gonna
Michigan
lie.
But
fan. I hated seeing Kenneth Walker.
I don't know if
hated
y'all
him.
I don't know if y'all remember or ever watched the game of Kenneth Walker when he was at Wake Forest before he transferred to Michigan
Mm-hmm.
State.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Talk to him, Tony. Talk to him,
Yeah,
Tony.
Kenneth Walker.
damn, Tony.
He just
He
didn't
was
hit the
him at Wake
scene when he hit
Forest.
at
I
He was
Michigan
remember, I
him.
State. Damn
remember that
right.
shit. But Tony, hey, that nigga Tony be
Yeah.
on this shit, boy.
Hey,
That
Tony, talk to
slow
him. That's a fact.
that slow mesh concept that they run at Wake Forest.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he was looking like a Le'Veon Bell, like a turtle, but then he hit a hole. He looked
Goodbye.
like Speedy Gonzalez, man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he gone. But his,
Yeah,
but also
he was hell at Wake Forest.
but
Go ahead,
also
Fred.
his vision is something that's like it's incredible because we saw that in
And
the
his
Super Bowl.
contact balance.
Oh yeah, his contact balance is awesome. And see, that's why I was pulling free agency. I really did hope that there was someone because I felt like a running back with some juice is something that we've been missing, and that's something that I felt like would help Bryce more than a receiver.
I'm telling you, bro. That's why I'm telling you.
But
Those
Tico,
bailout
that's
against the blitz. If we can hit
Mhm.
somebody out the backfield,
Oh,
tight
yeah.
end, receiver,
Mhm.
tight end, running back type shit. The leak out route.
Now,
That's what we need, bro.
what you just said right there about the leak out route or hit somebody in the flat, that's why I'm hoping and praying Jonathan Brooks can stay
Oh,
healthy because he's a
Exactly. That was
better
my point.
Right,
That was my point.
he's a way better pass catcher than
Chuba
Chuba
and
Hubbard
Dowdle.
and
He got
Chuba
soft
and Donald.
hands.
Yeah, he is.
yeah
And he
we
got
would benefit.
he got that Sutton. Even
Hold on,
player.
hold on, Tico, hold on.
Go ahead,
He
big
would
dog.
definitely we would definitely benefit from that because I don't think we've had someone that we can check down to really when something in the intermediate or the deep routes ain't there. Like who are you really checking it down to?
Right.
I think with the Jonathan Brooks, my hope is that he can get back to what he once was. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Right.
I'm hoping that he can add that dimension to this offense.
But that's something that we've been missing with Bryce. And I feel like, again, because I remember back in college and Bryce had Jahmyr Gibbs. Whenever Bryce needed that something, he had Jahmyr Gibbs.
He just dumped it right off to him.
Right,
Yep.
dumped it right off, and he made guys miss. He had the speed. And see, that's something we've been missing, yards after the catch. I keep trying to tell people yards after the catch is not just throwing it to a receiver to just run in open space. It's also making guys miss and breaking and having contact balance. That's something that we haven't had.
So the
Freddie.
thing too is like when you look at these teams, Seattle in our conference, Seattle, the Rams, Niners, Bears, you're gonna have to consistently run the ball well to beat these types of teams.
Yes.
Just by like obviously we know running the football is key, but like especially with these types of teams, like with stout secondaries, like you have to run the ball effectively to beat these teams.
I feel like
And you need
Chicago,
those big chunk plays.
but I feel like Chicago didn't use their secondary to their fullest potential. I just feel like they were more
They just got mad turnovers. I
opportunistic.
feel you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't feel like.
let me
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Fred. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish your thought. Go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say like I honestly feel like Chicago's more opportunistic than I do stout. That's just the way that I think about it. I think that secondary is definitely something that we can attack. I just feel like it's more opportunistic rather than stout.
I mean,
What?
you're absolutely right. They got two new starting safeties who are adapting to a completely new defense. So
Mhm.
we'll see.
Hey,
For
let me ask you guys a question because Red just made a comment. He said, "I don't know about JB having better hands than Dowdle. Dowdle is one of the league's best pass catching RB." So I'm just gonna ask y'all
That's not true.
simply. So I'm just gonna ask y'all simply: do y'all think Jonathan Brooks have better hands than Dowdle?
I don't think I know.
Okay. What you
I
say,
know
Freddie?
because we saw
I
Rico. We
I
saw
think he's
Rico
a
drop that.
more.
I saw Rico
hold on,
drop a
Freddie.
couple easy passes out the flat.
I think
That's
he's a
true.
more pure hands. I think he's a more all around back than Rico Dowdle is, meaning that he can do everything. Meaning that his
What you
hands
say,
are.
Tico? What you
Oh,
got,
go ahead.
Tico? Oh, I didn't know you. I thought you ain't finished, Freddie. Go ahead.
I mean, I just think that he's a more all around back, meaning that his hands are more like
Do he have better hands than Rico Dowdle? Yes or no?
yeah, he does.
Yes.
I would say yes.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
Tico, what you got? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Me too. So that's all fours, Red. Yeah. I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do. Oh, fine bomb ass head. I know what you're trying to do.
He's stupid.
Trying to do.
Just call that man Paul Feinbaum. That's funny.
So listen, we've been in here over 4.5 hours, man, and SC been the only person to show love to the channel. So if y'all would, man, if y'all enjoying this content, if you're loving the conversation, loving the debate, what have you, the QR code is at the top right. Support the show. Scan that QR code, man. I don't have Cash App. Cash App is not available to us here in the UAE. So I have PayPal. Just scan that QR code and show love to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm also going to pin it also into the chat. So, anybody that want to show the channel some love, if you enjoying the great conversation, the great debates, we will definitely appreciate your gift. All right. Anybody else have anything before we get out of here?
No, but keep pounding.
Yes, sir.
Tico, what about you? Oh, probably eating.
Yeah.
Nick, what you got, Nick?
Keep pounding, man. Drink water. It's hot today, man. It is
Oh yeah,
hot.
for sure. Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated,
and
man.
also
'Cause it's that.
enjoy the holiday
just stand
weekend.
outside whether you start sweating.
Enjoy the holiday
Yes,
weekend.
sir.
Happy 4th of July.
And a blessing and all the blessings with your family. Keep
Happy
pounding.
4th of July to all.
Hey, Freddie, you hey backstage. Let me holler at you for a minute.
All right.
All right. So let me get ready to close out the show. All right. Hey, I definitely appreciate everybody that's been paying attention, that's been listening for the most part today. Great energy. Hold on, I don't know why Nick is up here and not me. Says Nick. Let me hold on. Let me remove Tico. All right, let me remove. There we go. All right, I got it now. So the closing statement is: here's where I stand. The Panthers standard has changed. Last year, you could still have the conversation about progress. You could still say, let's see if Bryce is more comfortable. Let's see if Canales can stabilize the offense. Let's see if Dan Morgan can build a roster. Let's see if this team can stop being a easy win on the schedule. But that was last year, right? So now the Panthers have won the division. They have been in the playoffs. They have young offensive talent. They have a quarterback who has to move from development to production. They have a coaching staff that has had time to build the system. And on defense, Devin, Lloyd, and Jaelan Phillips definitely raised the expectation because they are not just depth pieces. They are supposed to help change the standard. So no, I am not doing Super Bowl or bust talk. That is not serious. That is not that serious. But I'm also not doing excuses this season. The standard is simple: be in the playoff race, score more points, win situational football, protect your quarterback, get pressure without always having to blitz, fit the run better, stop making the same mistakes over and over, prove the roster is not just interesting but dangerous. The Panthers do not have to be perfect, but they do have to prove the standard has changed. Playoff contention is the minimum. Excuses are not. All right. So that is the show for today. If you agree or disagree or think I missed something, drop it in the comments. Bring the football argument, and don't just tell me how you feel. Tell me why. Hit that like button. Subscribe, turn those post notification. When you do that, hit the all, not personalized. When you hit all, it will take you directly to alert you to when I go live. Okay. And share with your family and friends. Check the pinned comments in the description for Patreon, member content, and a deeper football conversation that we are building behind the scenes. Going to that would be jumping off come Monday. Okay. This is the morning kickoff with unbiased opinion, facts first, football context second, and debate after that. I'm Tony. I'll catch you next time. Keep pounding. We out.